Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends from all of the faculty in this campus. Welcome to the second day of public workshop and panel discussion of the collaboration between United Evangelical Mission, Evangelica Hochschule Darmstadt, and Satya Wacana Christian University. First and foremost, let us take our time to praise the Lord for his blessing on us that we are able to be together in this event. My name is Clara Salamoni, and I will be the master of ceremony of today's event. First of all, it is truly an honor for me to inform to all of you that there are honorable people among us in this place. There are our speakers today, Professor Dr. Gottlieb Ushofer, Professor Dr. Michael Villain, Dr. Matthias Huberger, Ref Isaklatu, and Mr. Danse Palit, with our interpreter, Mrs. Francis, Ref Mariska Lauterboom, as our moderator for the next discussion session for today, Ref Iki Sumartina Praitno, who will later deliver the conclusion of today's discussion, and all of the guests and students from all the faculty and universities who attend this workshop on-site and online. All the attendees are allowed to participate in this event through the whole progress of the activity. Please make yourself as comfortable as possible to enjoy your time in the discussion later. Before we go to the main event, let's open the first session by uniting our hearts as we pray to the Lord. Please welcome our brother from the undergraduate program, Dilan Azaria, to lead us in prayer.
Let's us pray. Lord God, we thank you that you promise to be with us always. Thank you that your presence is with us right now. Today, we give you our hearts, our mind, and our lives. Come speak your word of life into our beings. We pray that you would deepen our comprehension, broaden our thinking, and transform our understanding of what we are about to study from Professor that you sent for us today. For your for you are our wise counselor, our perfect teacher, and our faithful friend. Thank you, Lord. Amen.
Okay, thank you very much. Um, Before we start, I would like to inform you that we will divide the workshop to two sessions. And the first session, we will have our speakers. There is the professor in Diaconia Parish Education and Social Work of Protestant University of Applied Science PhD, Professor Dr. Gottlieb Ushofer. In the Diaconia Ethical Issues and Sustainability. The second speaker, we have Professor in Social Work of Protestant University of Applied Science PhD, Professor Dr. Michael Villain, and Dr. Matthias Huberger in Impulse on Sustainable Networks to Support the Elderly in Germany. We will have this session with our moderator, Dr. Mariska Lauterboom, and Mrs. Francis as our interpreter. And today's moderator will only be Dr. Mariska, so you have a long way to go. Yeah, that's for our first session. So I invite all the speakers to go front and talk to us, please. Please give them a big applause. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to start with our first speaker, Professor Dr. Gottlin Ulshofer, and she will be talking about diaconia, ethical issues, and sustainability. And you have around like 1 hour for your presentation, please. So good afternoon. And thank you very much for the invitations, dear colleagues, dear students. I'm very happy to be here. And I'm a theologian and an economist. So I'm very excited about the work you're doing here in the theological department. So today I'm going to talk about diaconia, ethical issues, and sustainability. So I will give you a broad overview about the situation in Germany and about how diaconia is structured and which ethical issues we are having there, and then also about sustainability. So this is my outline. 3 points: diaconia in Germany, ethical issues, and sustainable development in diaconia. So let's take you to Germany and have a look what's going on there. So my first point is diaconia in Germany is found on all levels of Christian life. So diaconia, individuals are working on it, parishes are working on it, the church is doing diaconia, and we also have big institutions doing diaconia. So the Christian social work is very broadly spread in Germany. And so we can say diaconia is an important part of the German welfare state. So, is there anything special about diaconia in Germany? First of all, when you come to Germany and you see this sign, diaconie, you can see all over Germany, it's an institution of diaconia. So it's kind of Christian social work in which way? So it's called the crown of the cross. And now my question to you, when you look at it, which letters can you find in this logo, how we call it? You know, letters like A, B, C, D. Letters? What do you think? You can think in English. B? Yeah, looks like a B, but B, like diaconia, would be an idea. No, it's difficult, I admit. So you should find an I and an M. M, that looks like a D or a B. It's considered an M. Why are there these letters, I and M? Well, we have to go back into history, which we'll do now soon. And diaconia used to be called inner mission. It's not the outer mission. In the 19th century, you know, the colonies. So this was the outer mission. No, it's called the inner mission. So I will come back to this later. So, well, what's so special? Of course, diaconia in Germany as well. Of course, it's a kind of general task of Christians. You have got the biblical resources like Matthew 25, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or needing clothes or sick or in prison and did not help you? So Lord Christ Jesus answers, truly whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me. So take care of the poor, the thirsty, the strangers, because they are not only image of God, but then you follow Christ, you can find Christ in them. So, well, these biblical resources as well. If we look into history and look at Martin Luther, our great reformator in Germany, theologically, you could think, okay, if I'm Lutheran, I get the love of Christ, the grace of Christ without doing any good deeds. So the question is, why should you do good deeds then, if it doesn't help to save you? So Luther was saying, yes, but you have to care about your neighbor. So he was saying, as God helped us through Jesus Christ, therefore we should do nothing else but help our neighbor. So the neighborly love is also for Reformed traditions important. And what did they do during that time? In the medieval times in Germany, social work or social care was often done by monasteries. So nuns and monks, they cared for the poor, for the sick, and so on. Now you have the Reformation. They closed down the monasteries. So what about the poor, the sick? Where could they go? So Martin Luther and the Reformators were saying, okay, we'll take the money, put it in this common box in the Gemeinerkasten, and organize it on the local level. So in our towns, we make a committee, and from church people, from townspeople, from citizens, and we decide who will get this money, whom we will support. So here it already started that it was on the local level, the communal level, and the town and the town administration and the church were involved. So when we look into the 19th century in Germany, you have got this big founding fathers like Johann Heinrich Wichern, or also women like Amalia Sieveking. And they saw in Germany, if you imagine Germany in the 19th century, it was a country with a lot of small kingdoms. It was a rural country, some big cities, and there was industrialization. So new factories started, people moved from the countryside to the towns. There were really bad working conditions for these people, bad living conditions. And so the churches complained as well, these workers in the towns, they don't go to church anymore. They don't belong. They don't care about their Christianity. So we have to do something. And they have got these, they are really living in poor conditions. And so there were these people like theologian, like Heinrich Wichern, who then had the idea, yes, we have to care about these people. We have to go there as Christians. We have to help them. And it's like inner mission. So we have to missionize them. We have to show that the highest, purest deed is the saving love. Or like Amalia Sieveking said, love has to be the root of all our thinking and our deeds. So that's how they opened up, like Heinrich Wichern, he opened up social, he collected young guys, young men, and said, well, we need to give them education, we need to care for them, and so kind of organized social work started. And something else developed as well for the young women. You see this picture from the 1930s. They had the idea that young women could also get an education in childcare or nursing. And they had this idea that they should live together, something like in a monastery, and they called it the diaconisse. And these diaconisses started to help in these institutions, because these ideas like we have to look after the disabled, we have to look after the poor and start the social work. And so it was organized with these young ladies who lived very well life like in a monastery. So this was the history. Now let's have a look on our German legal situation, how our state is organized, because as you have heard yesterday from my colleagues, for us it's very important how the legal framework is. So we have our constitution, the Grundgesetz, and our German constitution says we are a Sozialstaat, a welfare state. So it's in our constitution. And as you can see, the idea is that the state has the duty to implement social justice and social policies. And it's the state who has to fight poverty and give support for what we call life risks, like illnesses, unemployment, old age, and so on. So you have this law, and well, you know it as well. You can have laws, but what about the implementation? How are these laws lived? Who's doing what? And so who's responsible for the implementation of these rules, laws, and policies? And here's something special German comes into play, because we have this big diachronic associations, these big social welfare organizations, and we used to have 6 big players for the whole of Germany. So the Diakonia is one of them, important one, but you also have a Jewish Welfare Association, German Red Cross, secular one, the Paritätische, Catholic one, the Caritas, and Workers' Organization. So you have these 6 big players, and as you can see, they are non-profit organizations. They've got a lot of employees in relation to our workforce. It's really a lot. They've got a lot of volunteers. We've got a lot of institutions of social work, hospitals, old people's home, disability houses, and so on. They're doing a lot of the social work, and the financing goes via the social security insurances. Because in Germany, you pay, if you have a wage and if you earn money, you pay taxes, of course, and you also pay for your social security. So this started after the First World War, we are now at the beginning of the 20th century, 1918, 19. There were these associations, these welfare associations, and Germany had the kingdom stopped after the First World War. We established a democracy, and so there were these big players who were saying, okay, we are the ones the state can address, the government can address, to organize social work and social welfare. So they put them in the position, so the diaconie on the national level as well. And this continued after the Second World War, that these Wohlfahrtsverbände, these welfare associations, were really strong. They were the players on the, let's call it, social market. But then, in 1994, the law changed. And when you look into the Western world into the 90s, you have got Mrs. Thatcher in Great Britain, you've got Ronald Reagan in the US, and you've got this idea of neoliberal organizing organized social market. Well, you also have for-profit companies. So suddenly it's not only diaconia, anybody
example, in Hessen, where our Hochschule is, of course, the church says diaconia is an expression of the life and nature of the Church of Jesus Christ. Its mission is to bear witness to God's love for all people. Diaconical work supports people in physical need, emotional distress, and socially unjust circumstances. And so it's Christian social. And then you have got diaconia on different levels. You have got these big national associations. You have it on the federal level, because we are organized in German on the federal states, and you have it in the congregation, in the community too. And so you have got these different levels, and it's very institutionalized. So you and big business volume. So it's really also big business. And you have got on the local level these institutions. And here we have Hephata. You saw this picture yesterday when Arne Lankenauer showed you our the slides on our Hochschule. So the Hochschule is in Darmstadt and it's in Treisa. And in Treisa, it's on the compound of the Hephata Diaconie. So this is a typical 19th century, beginning of 20th century social diaconic institution on the local level. They also had their founding father, and they had education. They have education there. They opened up a clinic. They have disability work, youth work, homelessness work, social rehabilitation. They have their farms, and it used to be like a small town next to Treisa-Schwalbenstadt. So in many places in Germany, in Bethel, for example, as well, they've got this small social work areas, towns, where the hospital, the disability houses, the nursing houses, and so on are together, separate from the town. This used to be like this. But as you can see, we have a church there, we have these old buildings, and down, it used to be a wall around, actually, but nowadays it's open. So we have now, of course, also new ideas about inclusion. So we are moving our groups with special needs away from the special area into town and try to integrate them and make it inclusive. So that's the framework when we are talking about diaconia in Germany. So it's institutionalized on different levels and somehow also well funded in a way by our social security system in Germany. Now, when we look at the ethical issues, there are different ones, and I will show you some of our ethical issues we are dealing with in diaconia, in the institutions, and then also when you're doing diaconic studies, of course, we also have to reflect about it. So my point here is diaconia is part of the German society, and therefore its ethical issues and problems are paradigmatic or an example for the ethical challenges of German society as well. Diaconia can be a place where Christians' perspectives on ethical issues are publicly discussed and Christian values are lived. So let's have a look what's going on inside diaconia. And I'm referring to the strategic aims of the Diakonia Deutschland of the national level. Here they are also, of course, reflecting what about the future of the social, how shall we change, what shall we do in Diakonia? So when we look at our society in Germany, we have got different points, where there are transformations. The question is, how does the relations between church and society or the state develop? Why is this a question? Because, well, Germany used to be a Christian country, but since this year, Christians are less than half of the population now. It used to be 80% or something, but now it's the church membership is declining, it's going down. So this is for the churches and Diakonia really a challenge. Then we have demographic development. We have very few young people, a lot of old people nowadays. And we are very individualized society. So our ideal is that you develop yourself, that you do whatever you want to do. You don't have to discuss it with your family, what you want to do, what you want to study, whom you want to marry, whatsoever. So you're free, but you're individualized as well. And then, of course, digitalization. And I think Michael Vilain will talk about it later on a bit more. And of course, we are also challenging climate change. We have longer summers now, less rain, or if it's raining heavily, so crops are destroyed. It's a really problem. It's becoming a problem for agriculture. The heat is becoming a problem even in Germany. So we also already can feel the climate change. So when you have these problems, what is Diakonia doing, or what does it have to do with Diakonia? So let's have a look at the point church and Diakonia in the public sphere. Of course, as churches, as Diakonia, we want to promote justice. We want to empower people. So I think we can easily relate at that point. And talking from a theological point, can say, yes, we are doing public theology here. So we want that our theology is relevant, is getting important also in society, that our theological ideas influence society. And so also you can talk about public diaconia. But now, when you remember this Hefata institution, and when you remember that nowadays we have a lot of small groups with, let's say, disabled people living in the city. So we now have the question, how can we integrate these people with special needs in our parishes? How can diaconia, these diaconic institutions, and the church parishes, how can they be combined? How can we work together with local civil society actors? So in a way, it reminded me very much what Suharto was saying yesterday about the empowerment of the local level. How can we implement it on the local level in our parishes, in our societies? So that's really an open question for us as well, because it's new. It used to be this big institution somewhere, the Diaconia, but now they're in the center of the cities. And so there's really the question, how can we do it? What can we do it? And coming from an academic a point of view, there's actually also a lack of research about the Sozialraum and in relation to the parish and diaconic activities in civil society and government and so on. So we are working on that point. It's new, and I was really happy to hear about your ideas about it. So probably it might be an exciting project to work together on this point. Yeah. Okay, another point. Now, I told you about our development in Germany concerning our demography, how many people there are in Germany, and the situation of the churches, that there's a decline, membership numbers are going down. It's hard to reach out to young people. So in families, you don't have a tradition that you educate you have, let's put it positively, you have to be really aware that you're Christian and that you want to be your children Christians as well. So you start to educate them, you pray with them, you tell them the Bible stories and so on, you send them to Sunday school. But then you have to be really aware about it. And a lot of people just don't do it anymore, don't care about their religion, their religious background. So in former times, when you remember these ladies, you know, the diakonissen, there were a lot of young ladies being Christian, being well educated in their social work, in their Christian tradition, and they were working in the diaconia. They were working as nurses, as educators, and so on. So you had an institution with these ladies in their habit, in their clothing, and you could easily detect, aha, that's diaconia here, that's a church institution or diaconic institution. Nowadays, living in a pluralistic society with not enough church members, the question is, what can you do? Are you going to, imagine you're a manager or the boss or the main reverend of a diaconic hospital. You need nurses, you need doctors, you need cleaning people, you need, I don't know what, social workers, of course. You need a lot of people to keep this diaconic institution working, but you don't have enough Christians who want to work there. You might have other people say, yes, I would like to work there, but I'm not Christian. So traditionally, the diaconia was saying, no, if you're not Christian, you can't work there. Nowadays, of course, they're saying, yes, please come. As long as you agree with our Christian tradition, it's okay. Then you've got another problem. Now you've got all these lovely people working in your hospital. And you still have this label, diaconia, at the outside. But you have a lot of people working there, good-hearted people, but they are not Christian. That's one of the problems, how to keep up this diaconic profile of a Christian institution, of a Christian hospital, if there are not many Christians working there. So one of the ideas is to have anchor persons, so persons who are well-trained in Christianity, how religion could play a role in the daily life, in the daily work of this hospital, and that the others can have a little support if they need information about it or how to live it's the Christian identity in these Christian institutions. Okay, so now the individualization. We have another discussion which is a bit complicated, but I put it in here because it shows how individualized the German society is. Because we have the idea, and the High Court has the idea, that we have a right for our own death. So if I'm feeling terribly, if I am terribly sick, and if I want to end my life before God takes me home, the court says, yes, it's okay. You can end your life. And you can have, and that's the court decision, that you need people then who help you, who assist you, who give you the drug, that you die. And there can be associations and for-profit associations as well, who help you to die, to commit suicide. That's our liberalized, individualized society. So that people think, yes, I want to have the right over my life. I want to have the right concerning the question of the beginning of life. If I want to have a child, I can do in vitro fertilization if it doesn't work like that, or if I don't have a husband, so I can use that. And in the end, if I want to say, I have enough, I want to die, it's okay as well. So, of course, as a Christian, or from a Christian perspective, we are more cautious, we would say, yes, life is given from God from the beginning till the end. So what do, let's say, as a hospital manager for a diaconic hospital? Would you say it's okay that we have a department where it can also have assisted suicide? Or would you say no, for diaconia, for Christianity, this is not a solution and this is not an approach to life? So these are really difficult questions for diaconia. Another point, digitalization, of course. Also in Germany, you have got the question concerning the social inclusion. And also there are programs about it. I think we can postpone this to the next presentation. And then the question is climate change. So the Diaconia decided to be a change agent on this level or concerning these topics as well. And because climate justice needs to be part of the ecological transformation. And so also the idea here is that Diaconia can be an advocate for socially responsible ecological transformation. And of course, Diaconia should start by itself. When you remember Hefata and these old buildings from the 19th century, you can imagine if you want to prepare these buildings to become environmentally sustainable, you really need a lot of money. So that's really the question, how to renovate these buildings ecologically. So it's a huge issue for Diaconia, for how they are doing it. So let's have a short look on the sustainable development and Diaconia. So that's my last point. So, and another thesis. So sustainability as stewardship for the creation has a long Christian tradition, as you know. Therefore, Diaconia is an institution which has the task to develop and implement sustainable development goals in its work, its belongings, and its building. So start in your own backyard, so to speak. So when we talk about sustainability, well, you know about it. The question is always, what are we talking about? Because this sustainability, I think it's the same if it's in the German language or context or in English-speaking context, or probably also, I would guess also in Indonesia, it's really the question what are you talking about? It's a nice word, it's a nice idea. So the Diaconia said, okay, of course we will refer to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And as you know, there are 17 goals and they run from gender justice to ecological awareness of the creation and so on. And we can also think about it in a theological way. And so Diaconia decided, and you know, on these different levels, on the national level, on the federal level, on the local level, Diaconia decided to become part of the social and ecological transformation. And the aim is a revised economy within planetary boundaries. And, you know, we Germans love the law and the legal regulations. The European Union, which is also an important player for us in Germany, they have decided we will have a European Union Green Deal. We want to reduce our emission, our carbon emission by 55% till 2030 and a total carbon neutrality by 2050. And the Diaconia is saying, yes, we want to do this as well in our daily work. And so that's a huge task, and we are working on that in Diaconia. And of course, you can have theological groundings as well. Well, as you know, the WCC, the World Council of Churches, they had this talk about sustainability already in the 1970s. So for us as a Christian community, a global Christian community, it's not such a new idea, but until it came into the public and political discourse in the 1980s, 90s, it started out there. You've got, of course, biblical resources. Again, look at the creation story or the genealogies. So you can see the importance of time perspective beyond one generation. And of course, in my ethics, I love the idea of responsibility. So being Christian means being responsible beyond oneself towards the other as well as towards creation. So what are the topics or some of the topics when we talk about sustainability in diaconia? So some examples, and I promise this is also my last slide. So you have got projects for diversity and gender justice in diaconic institutions. Because when you look at the level, I mean, you have these big diaconic institutions, you know, with this really, they are really like enterprises, big business in a way. And who are the leaders? Well, normally you have a pastor, a referent, and you have a manager who's responsible for the administration. And somehow, of course, traditionally, these are men. So we still have to work on the gender justice issue in the diaconia themselves as well. This carbon neutral diaconia, as I said, it's also very much related to the buildings. And also this advocacy again to raise awareness for the sustainability and doing this in diaconia, in our Christian churches, but also in society. And here for the diaconia, and I think that's really an important task, that the ecological transformation is combined with the social transformation, so that the poor people aren't left behind because they just can't afford. I mean, if you imagine, you know, in the region where I come from, in the Southwest, people love to have their own small house and little garden around. And so you don't have to be really very rich to have these nice little houses. So you can imagine now, if you have the law, you have to change your whole heating system. It's really expensive. And so even these people can't afford it. So, and for poor people, if the prices of gas rise, it's starting really to be a problem. And so I think it's really a task of church, of diaconia, to say, watch out, we need the ecological transformation, but we shouldn't forget the poor people. And we really have to support them as well. And also change, you know, we love the law, so also change the social law and realize it, that it also should be sustainability. And one last point, which is often forgotten, but which has become an important point as well, the finances. So also for this diaconic enterprises, these diaconic businesses are also here. You need fair finance, sustainable finance. So you should also have this finance in your in the perspective for diaconia. So you can see the sustainable development, sustainable transformation is really also a huge task, even for this institutionalized kind of diaconia we are having in Germany. So now I'm finished. And
thank you very much for a wonderful presentation, Dr. Ulschoffer. I hope I pronounce your name correct.
yes,
Ulschoffer.
but it's difficult.
Okay, so before we go into our second speakers, because there will be two speakers for the next one, we are going to hear the conclusion in Indonesian from our interpreter, Ms. Frances.
Bapak Ibu, saya akan merangkum dalam bahasa Indonesia. Judul presentasi Dr. Ulschoffer adalah diakonia, permasalahan etis dan hal keberlanjutan. Ada 3 outline, mungkin bisa diulang slide-nya. Ada 3 agenda dalam makalah pemaparan beliau. Yang pertama menjelaskan tentang diakonia di Jerman, sejarahnya, dan kemudian masuk ke isu-isu etis yang terjadi dalam diakonia di Jerman, dan yang terakhir tentang pembangunan berkelanjutan dan kaitannya dengan diakonia. Kita kita melihat ke slide yang selanjutnya, 2 slide selanjutnya, beliau mengatakan bahwa diakonia merupakan bagian yang melekat dalam kehidupan negara Jerman, di mana itu ada bukan hanya di dalam kehidupan gereja individual, tapi juga dalam keseharian di institusi-institusi besar, semuanya masuk menjadi pekerjaan sosial yang Kristen. Diakonia merupakan bagian yang sangat penting dari kesejahteraan negara, kesejahteraan Jerman. Kemudian ada logo yang tadi beliau tunjukkan, dan beliau tadi menanyakan Bapak Ibu bisa melihat ada huruf apa di situ. Logo ini seperti mahkota dari salib, dan ini merupakan logo simbol dari lembaga diakonia di Jerman yang ada di seluruh Jerman. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu berjalan-jalan akan lihat logo ini, maka sudah mengetahui bahwa logo ini adalah logo lembaga diakonia. Dan ada 2 huruf yang beliau ungkapkan tadi, yaitu huruf I dan huruf M, yang artinya inner mission atau misi dalam. Beliau membandingkan dengan outer misi, misi keluar yang dulu dilakukan pada zaman kolonialisme. Selanjutnya, slide selanjutnya beliau mengatakan bahwa tugas utama dari kekristenan adalah mengacu pada Matius 25 yang Bapak Ibu sudah bisa baca, bila mana kalian melihat seseorang yang lapar atau haus dan sebagai orang asing, maka apakah kalian tidak melayani? Selanjutnya, sedikit tentang sejarah diakonia di Jerman dan reformasi. Bapak reformasi besar di Jerman, Martin Luther, menjadi dasar dari pelayanan diakonia yang dilakukan, di mana zaman dahulu diakonia dilakukan di biara-biara, membantu orang-orang miskin, tetapi setelah reformasi dan biara-biara dihilangkan, maka tidak ada lagi yang membantu orang-orang miskin. Oleh karena itu, Martin Luther mau merumuskan yang dinamakan kas bersama, Common Welfare Budget, anggaran kesejahteraan bersama, di mana di seluruh Jerman komunitas lokal mengumpulkan uang yang kemudian akan diputuskan bersama akan dipakai untuk apa. Gambar selanjutnya menunjukkan juga sejarah diakonia di awal abad ke-19 dan ke-20, slide selanjutnya, dan di situ dikatakan ada 2 pendiri founding, bapak pendiri dan ibu pendiri dari Jerman, yang pada dasarnya mengatakan bahwa hal yang paling utama, perbuatan yang paling utama adalah cinta yang menyelamatkan, dan keduanya sepakat bahwa cinta harus menjadi akar dari segala pemikiran dan perbuatan kita. Dan itu mengacu lagi pada logo inner mission tadi, logo diakonia I dan M. Foto di bawah ini diambil tahun 30-an yang menunjukkan foto pendidikan kaum muda, perempuan-perempuan muda yang dididik untuk menjadi diakonis, dan mereka diajarkan untuk bagaimana merawat anak, anak kecil, melayani orang miskin, dan juga kaum-kaum difabel. Kalau kita lihat dari gambarnya, pakaiannya menyerupai orang-orang suster-suster di biara, karena ini adalah peralihan konsep dari diakonia di zaman biara. Selanjutnya, slide selanjutnya menunjukkan landasan hukum dari diakonia, dan dikatakan bahwa Jerman adalah negara kesejahteraan, tetapi ada pertanyaan penting yang dia tanyakan oleh beliau, bahwa bagaimana implementasi. Semua boleh punya undang-undang, boleh punya konstitusi, tapi implementasinya seperti apa. Di slide selanjutnya, Bapak Ibu bisa lihat ada 6 pemain besar dari asosiasi kesejahteraan di Jerman. Bisa dilihat 6 asosiasi sebelah kiri Bapak Ibu, dan data-data di sebelah kanannya, bagaimana jumlah karyawannya, dan juga bagaimana 6 pemain 6 besar ini mengontrol 90%, didanai 90% melalui pendanaan kesejahteraan sosial. Sedikit lagi ada sejarah di slide selanjutnya tentang bagaimana kesejahteraan Jerman sesudah Perang Dunia Pertama dan sesudah Perang Dunia Kedua. Di situ ada perbedaan, di mana dahulu organisasi kesejahteraan diakui sebagai partner penting bagi sosial politik di Jerman. Kemudian sesudah Perang Dunia Kedua di tahun 1994, jauh sesudah itu ada undang-undang baru. Hal ini berkaitan, tadi beliau mengatakan, dengan perubahan dunia, di mana dunia mengalami neoliberalisme, khususnya terkait ekonomi, dan Jerman juga muncul pergerakan bahwa mereka juga bisa mengelola ekonominya, dan disitulah mulai ada perusahaan-perusahaan yang bisa mendapatkan keuntungan bisnis untuk pekerjaan sosial. Selanjutnya masuk ke poin tentang bagaimana struktur organisasi di Diakonia berdasarkan dengan hukum. Misinya yang utama adalah Diakonia merupakan ekspresi kehidupan dan sifat gereja yang misinya menjadi saksi Allah bagi semua orang dengan karya-karya yang mendukung orang-orang, khususnya yang mereka yang membutuhkan kebutuhan fisik dan tekanan emosional, dan juga keadaan sosial yang tidak adil. Slide selanjutnya beliau menunjukkan bagaimana diakonia dilakukan di gereja Protestan di kota Hesse dan kota Nassau di semua bidang pendidikan yang terlibat baik itu individu, jemaat gereja maupun kelompok-kelompok masyarakat. Selanjutnya lagi ada slide tentang karya-karya diakon dan perusahaan kesejahteraan sosial yang berulang kali disebutkan beliau, yaitu Hepata Diakoni. Ini merupakan perusahaan diakoni. Nah, ada kota kecil yang ditunjukkan foto tadi, dan itu merupakan slide selanjutnya contoh bahwa di awal abad ke-20 institusi pekerjaan sosial membentuk sebuah kota kecil yang di dalamnya ada klinik, ada kegiatan-kegiatan untuk membantu pendidikan orang-orang difabel, tunawisma, dan lain-lain. Tetapi jika dulu seperti kota kecil yang bertetangga dengan kota Tresia, maka sekarang sudah ada inklusif gerakan untuk memindahkan orang-orang yang difabel misalnya dari area khusus untuk integrasi dan pindah ke kota. Masuk ke dalam isu-isu etis yang ada dalam diakonia. Bagaimana beliau mengatakan bagaimana kita menghidupi nilai-nilai kekristenan. Ada slide selanjutnya yang menunjukkan logo di intermission tadi, inner mission tadi, bahwa tujuan khusus dalam diakoni adalah bagaimana kita berubah dan bagaimana kita bergerak dari kondisi saat ini. Ini terkait dengan perkembangan dari masyarakat Jerman dan tantangan-tantangan yang ada. Di slide selanjutnya beliau mengidentifikasi 5 tantangan. Yang pertama hubungan antara gereja dan negara, di mana saat ini populasi Jerman sudah kurang dari 50% yang beragama Kristen. Kalau dulu lebih banyak mayoritas, sekarang sudah sedikit, sehingga itu menjadi tantangan. Tantangan kedua adalah Jerman sekarang sudah menuju kepada era yang lebih banyak orang tua daripada orang muda, dan itu menjadi tantangan. Tantangan ketiga, bagaimana masyarakat Jerman sangat individualis. Tadi beliau mengatakan di Jerman tidak pernah ada diskusi keluarga, mau menikah dengan siapa, mau pacaran dengan siapa, mau apa, tidak ada diskusi. Kemudian yang terakhir, yang keempat, digitalization, sama yang kita alami di Indonesia. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah perubahan iklim, di mana di Jerman sekarang sudah lebih sedikit hujan, dan kalaupun hujan, ada hujan yang sangat deras sehingga merusak pangan. Kita lanjut kepada permasalahan-permasalahan itu, bagaimana diakonia menyikapi kesemuanya itu, dan untuk itu beliau di slide selanjutnya menanyakan bagaimana bisa mengembangkan jejaring-jejaring lokal antara gereja, diakonia, masyarakat sipil, dan komunitas lokal. Beliau mengatakan ini mirip dengan yang disampaikan oleh Dr. Suwarto kemarin, sehingga kalau kita lihat poin terakhir bahwa saat ini masih sedikit penelitian tentang social realm, ruang-ruang sosial dalam kaitannya dengan paroki dan diakonik dan juga masyarakat sipil dan pemerintah. Dan Pak Warto menyambut baik bahwa akan ada penelitian bersama. Yang selanjutnya adalah tentang permasalahan demografik tadi, bahwa saat ini sudah semakin sedikit anggota gereja sehingga semakin sedikit orang Kristen yang bisa bekerja di institusi-institusi diakonik. Oleh karena ini solusinya adalah membuka pintu bagi orang-orang yang tidak dari non-Kristen untuk bekerja. Tetapi permasalahannya adalah bagaimana tetap menanamkan nilai-nilai Kristen, kekristenan di lingkungan kerja yang lebih banyak non-Kristen. Untuk itu muncullah istilah jangkar. Ada anchor person, ada seseorang yang menjadi jangkar yang akan melatih teman-temannya yang lain untuk tetap memperkenalkan dan memperkuat nilai-nilai kekristenan di situ. Tantangan yang selanjutnya, individualization, beliau menunjukkan contoh bagaimana saking liberalnya di Jerman, maka seseorang berhak menentukan kematiannya sendiri. Dan yang menjadi tantangan di sini, bagaimana diakonia harus melakukan apa terhadap permintaan bunuh diri dari orang-orang di Jerman misalnya. Selanjutnya tantangan digitalization, bagaimana inklusi sosial dilakukan khususnya untuk orang-orang yang berkebutuhan khusus. Tantangan tentang climate change dikatakan bahwa harus ada advokasi untuk transformasi ekologi dan bahwa keadilan iklim harus menjadi bagian dari transformasi tersebut, dan diakonia bisa muncul hadir untuk menjadi advokat dari hal itu. Yang terakhir tentang sustainable development dan diakonia, pembangunan yang berkelanjutan, beliau mengatakan bahwa kata sustainability dari bahasa Inggris tentunya sudah sering kita dengar juga dalam bahasa Indonesia, kata-kata yang indah, tapi beliau menanyakan apakah kita tahu apa maksudnya. Secara umum kita akan mengacu pada definisi dari PBB, SDG, dan tetapi melihat kaitannya dengan diakonia, maka diakonia merupakan bagian dari transformasi sosial dan ekologi yang bertujuan untuk merevisi ekonomi dengan dalam batasan-batasan lingkungan hidup planet kita. Beliau memberikan contoh bahwa ada kesepakatan hijau dari Uni Eropa yang bertujuan untuk mengurangi emisi 55% pada tahun 2030 dan mencapai netral karbon pada tahun 2050. Dan diakonia setuju untuk terlibat mendukung hal ini dalam kegiatan sehari-hari diakonia. Yang terakhir adalah tentang landasan teologis dari keterlibatan diakonia terhadap tantangan-tantangan ini, khususnya untuk perubahan iklim, di mana tahun 74 Sidang Umum Dewan Gereja-Gereja Dunia sudah mengatakan bahwa masyarakat harus bertanggung jawab. Dan beliau sendiri percaya bahwa sebagai seorang Kristen, beliau juga harus bertanggung jawab di luar diri kita sendiri dan terhadap orang lain dan juga terhadap ciptaan Tuhan. Yang terakhir, slide terakhir tentang implementasi dari SDG di diakonia, ada beberapa contoh, misalnya proyek-proyek keragaman gender, keadilan gender dalam institusi diakonik, kemudian masalah karbon netral diakonia, khususnya di masyarakat atau di perumahan-perumahan real estate, meningkatkan kesadaran akan keberlanjutan, dan yang terakhir, advokasi untuk transformasi ekologis yang adil. Satu hal lagi yang beliau katakan yang sering dilupakan adalah bagaimana mendukung orang-orang miskin yang mungkin tidak punya uang kalau harus mengganti bahan bakar. Tadi beliau memberi contoh di Jerman kalau harus mengganti sistem penghangat ruangan di musim dingin mereka tidak punya uang. Dan yang terakhir adalah mendukung keuangan yang adil. Demikian rangkuman, semoga membantu.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Frances. Now we're going to go for our second speakers. The next will be on Zoom. So the committee, is the Zoom ready yet? So we will have two speakers, Professor Dr. Michael Filein and Dr. Matthias Hoberger, and they will talk about impulse on sustainable digital networks to support the elderly in Germany. Okay, so yes. Can you hear us? Okay. Okay, so the time is yours.
Well, yes, thank you very much. Good morning from Germany and good afternoon in Indonesia, I guess. And I'll just step in immediately because we're a little bit behind time. So I'll try to share my screen now and just hang on a minute. There we go. Is it possible that does everybody see us, see the slides now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, my name is Michael Filein, and I'm Vice President for Research and International Affairs at the EHD in Darmstadt. And I'm here with my colleague Matthias Heuberger, and we both do our research at the Institute for Future Studies in Health and Social Economy, called IZGS. And our research focuses on the impacts of megatrends, like, for example, digitalization, globalization, climate and demographic change. And we do research on the effects these changes have on people, on governmental structures, and on nonprofit organizations, especially with a focus on social services and health providers in Germany. So we are very pleased now to have the opportunity to present and discuss the results of our research and development project called GESCO with you. And I'd just like to say one or two words in advance so you can better grasp the concept of this project, because we normally do a transdisciplinary approach in research. So we bring together not only scientists from different disciplines, but just as well practitioners. For example, Matthias worked as a male nurse and today is a specialist for nursing sciences and public health, whereas my background comes from business administration and political sciences. And as I said, earlier, we also meet on equal footing with practitioners and the people and institutions taking part in our research, thereby making them to subjects of research and not to objects of research. This is our philosophy at the IZGS. And as a part of this understanding, we really strive to accomplish academic and practical progress at the same time. So it's always two views, the practical and the academical view, and the progress we'd like to achieve by doing research for both of these areas. So this is a little bit important to know, to grasp the concept of the project. We would now like to introduce you in the following. The project is called GESCO, and this is an acronym for Generating, Sharing and Caring Communities. Well, this means that we deal with two different types of communities, or as we call them, networks. The first one is the sharing network, which is a kind of a peer network based on solidarity and reciprocity. In our case, we wanted to construct a network consisting out of people aged 60 plus. And these people should come together in order to organize activities in first line and then later start helping each other in everyday's life. It's very typical for sharing networks that they tend to be self-organized and mutual. The second network type we have already in our title is the caring network, which consists of professional services and volunteer support structures, which are constructed around individuals and groups. This type of a network often is more or less coordinated centrally by professional healthcare providers, for example, or social workers in nonprofit organizations or in governmental organizations. So in the German model, most of the time they are constructed about organizations run by the municipality or by nonprofit welfare organizations. As I just listened with the translation you had before, you already know about the concept of the German welfare organizations and their power. And those are, for example, Diaconia and Caritas. It's a Catholic branch of welfare organizations, and they organize these forms of help for the elderly, but for all kinds of people in need. So this explains our stakeholder structure in this project, in the project consortium, and we intensively work together with the German Red Cross in this case, which you can see here on our slide, and the ASB, Arbeiter-Samariter-Bund, which is a social democratic-oriented welfare organization, and the municipalities of the cities of Wiesbaden and Offenbach, which are two medium-sized cities in Germany. And as partners as well, we had the Fraunhofer Institute for Industrial Engineering as a research partner to evaluate our project, and the BAS, which is an interest and lobby organization focusing on the rights of the elderly. The project was financed by German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and it ran between 2016 and 2020. It actually was based on a lot of findings we got from projects we conducted earlier, and so this was another project in a long line of projects we had so far. So what are we going to talk about today? We first would want to take a look at the theoretical and empirical background of the project. Very short. You could go on for ages talking about this point alone, but the main issues of the research we focus on will be laid here, and then we will talk about our approach and method, followed by some examples for the network activities given by Matthias. And he will also then present some of our key findings, just as well as a few important outputs, planned or by chance. Of course, obviously, with a project running like 4 years, you also have not planned and coincidental outputs as well, and we will show some of them, some key findings at least. Well, we hope that all these findings will add to a better understanding of different network types. And finally, we will try to identify some success factors that tell us about more about the reasons why this model worked and whether we have reproducible or only coincidental results. So this is what we're going to do in the next few minutes, I think, and I hope we can take you along on this journey, which I think is very exciting in order to coordinate different forms of networks and do research on networks, because I think it's a future issue of our society to focus on networks and how they work. Now let's start with the background a little bit, and first, everybody can imagine easily that every one of us is surrounded by some networks. It's a very natural and but rarely well reflected part of everyday life. We have like relatives, colleagues, family around us, and they support us, they help us with problem solving, and they help us to go through life in general. But we think they're quite normal, and as normally we don't really reflect them. As we grow older, our mental and physical abilities change in different ways, and this is not very new. These aspects generally are very, very well described in age research and gerontological studies. And I've listed a few of those studies beneath. So we know quite a bit about the changing physical and mental abilities when growing older, but we do not really know much about the change of support networks and ego networks, as we call them in sociology. So actually, as we grow older, not only our abilities change, but also our networks, and most probably size and support capacity of those personal networks decrease in old age, leading to increasing isolation and loneliness. That's a very fundamental finding, because the consequence of this growing isolation and loneliness are that, and also this is shown in many studies, a loss in quality of life will result of this decrease of network capacity, and this loss in quality of life leads to a rise in multimorbidity and more people developing mental disorders in older age. For example, depressions are a widespread phenomenon in higher age, especially in Western societies where family bonds are weaker and many old age persons live alone. Well, regarding all these findings, the idea of the project was to find forms of rebuilding personal networks that might contribute to the living situation of the elderly in our society. On this slide, you can see a model of the development of ego networks, and this is a very interesting part, because as you see, here is a small picture of possible network constellations. Here's an age scale, and here are possible triggers that they trigger the change of those network constellations. And during your life, you generate all these networks, and they are schematically shown here, like, for example, your partnership, husband or wife, for example. You have like friends networks around you. You have a family network, networks from work life, colleagues, but also informal networks coming from churches, neighborhoods, clubs, and so on. And if you go on in advance in your life, for example, you change from maybe 50 to 60 years, and maybe there are key events like your children moving out of home. That leads to a decrease of networks, to a small decrease maybe in the beginning, but there are more triggers, like, for example, the retirement for many people is such a trigger because you lose the professional and the colleague network to a certain degree. So it's retirement. Very heavy for some people is the death of husband or wife, of their partner, which leads to another decrease in your network capacity. And for example, with diseases coming in, you have a tighten of the radius of movement, and that leads to a very, very harsh decrease of network capacity as well. Even with illnesses and diseases, the network can deteriorate even in young ages very fast. So this is a very important finding. Diseases lead to network decrease, which it's one of the biggest factors leading to a network decrease. And well, different at a certain stage, if you can see here, these triangles, that's professional services stepping in, that's the caring network stepping in. So it is necessary to compensate more and more of the network functions. For example, I can't do my shopping on my own, so I have to have a professional service or a neighbor or somebody who helps me. And in our system, we tend to rely on social services to a high degree, but by the missing nodes compensated by professional caretakers has a lot of disadvantages, for example. So we have to compensate these nodes, but we can't compensate them only with professional services because they don't supply certain forms of products, if I'd like to put it that way, and like, for example, being a partner, strolling along, going for a walk, or taking the dog for a walk, those little everyday problems, they in general don't supply. So this is important to know, and we wanted to know, is it possible to build a new kind of network in order to meet these challenges? So our idea is to connect sharing networks on the one hand and caring networks with volunteer networks. So we try to connect three network types, thereby constructing a new innovative network. We started with our project partners, which were the city of Offenbach and the ASB on the one hand, and the city of Wiesbaden and the local Red Cross on the other hand, just as I stated before. They provided, still provide professional services like counseling, housing, support for all kinds of life problems, nursing services, medical aid, and so on. This is the typical function of a local caring network. But at the same time, there are plenty of functions they cannot provide, just as I stated. Because they are professionals, for example, authentic affection, solace, listening to the stories of life, and so on and so on. These little things that make life livable. So this is where the sharing network steps in, and these networks consist of people that communicate on eye level. It's not centrally organized. they can assist each other without establishing professional relationships. For example, to walk the dog, have a Skype chat in the afternoon, watch a television series together, visit a theater, going to the cinema, or other things that they can do together. And it's not a relationship between a professional and somebody who needs help, but it's a relationship on a high level. Additionally, we wanted a volunteer network to be integrated as well. And the volunteer networks are able to activate help of a very different kind. Here, for example, activities and events for groups can be organized, car sharing and support for transportation, shopping assistance, and so on. There are plenty of ideas we also had, and some of them were realized in our project. So at the beginning of the project, we hoped that we could generate these sharing networks and could then gradually integrate them into the volunteer networks so that the interaction between 2 or more persons would trigger group processes resulting in volunteering and thereby supporting each other and supporting third parties as well. We were focused on 2 model regions. I'm not going to read all the numbers and the characteristics of those 2. We looked at, we chose them because they had a very similar age structure and the differing socioeconomic and cultural characteristics. As you can see, it's quite different as to income per household or unemployment rate. We tried to focus it on those 2 cities because we wanted to see whether there's a difference between a middle-class biased city like Wiesbaden and a working-class biased city like Offenbach, for example, and whether the construction of our networks would be the same within both structures, or whether there are differences at the same time. So actually, in order to construct these new and innovative networks, and here, for example, is a picture of one of our network with the people sitting together trying to learn to work with a tablet. We put us together with the Red Cross and ASB, and we launched 2 sharing networks in both cities with about 50 participants each, aged between 60 and the oldest lady was, I think, 85. But we aimed at choosing people about 60 to 80, 1 in every region, 1 group in every region. And these communities worked separately and totally independently from another, so they did not interact with each other. We thought it might be wise to have pure results, so they didn't know from each other. They knew in general there is another group, but they didn't know anything else about the groups. The participants in both cities were addressed by our partners and trained in the use of digital media. In this case, we lured them, was kind of bait, if you might say it that way. We lured them and told them they would learn how to use tablets. So every participant got a tablet to start off with, and those were financed by our project. And most of the participants had never used a tablet before and had very little training in digital media. So we started with basic information about the use of new technologies and the use of tablets in specific. So the tablet and the training were the bait in a way, just as I mentioned before, because at this point we didn't want them to know that we hoped they would build a network. They came there, they didn't know each other most of the time, and we had like a hidden agenda in this project. The hidden agenda was people come together in order to learn about new technologies, thereby starting activities together and thereby building up a network without having the aim of building a network. And we wanted to see whether the networks would evolve on their own, only through our activities, the activities of our partners, or stimuli, as we called them later. Through these stimuli, the participants were encouraged to start on and offline activities, and Matthias just now in a few seconds will show you some of them. To support this idea of networking, we had to think about those stimuli very, very close, because we had to think who starts the stimulus, who performs the stimulus, and most of them were performed by our caring partners in the network. And these occasions and spaces for communication were built and supported. And thereby a feeling of a community, of a new community was created. And though I don't want to anticipate the results of Matthias, I just now can say that the way the stimuli were induced is pivotal to the success of creating a network. So these findings were supported by other projects we had before, and we found that it's a very certain way of managing a network. And the way is so different from what we normally understand under management, what we normally think is management, that we actually used another term, the term orchestration, instead of management to describe it. And this is a very different way of showing it, because it's not centrally managed. There is no hierarchy in this network, and still you have to keep it alive by giving stimuli all the time. And these stimuli, as long as they are there, the network goes on running and running. But if the stimuli stop at a certain time, the network gets slower and slower, and most probably will vanish after some time. So these are the first findings so far, and I will now pass on to Matthias Heuberger, and he will give an insight on several network activities. Matthias, I'll just give the screen back, hand over the screen back to you. Is that okay? There we are. And if there are some questions, I hope hopefully we'll have a little bit time left so that we can discuss it.
So next speaker will be Dr. Matthias. Will you talk about something, Dr. Matthias? Dr. Heuberger. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. But there's no picture over here on our screen. Yeah? Okay, now. Okay, good.
Now we can start?
It is.
Okay.
Okay.
So hello from my side too. My name is Matthias Heuberger, and I'm pleased to present you now the second part of our two-day lecture. And it's a great pleasure for me to start with some impressions of the network activities in the GESCO project and the following pictures we taken throughout the project. And in the 3 years of the GESCO project, we induced about 150 stimuli in every region coming from the project, and countless more organized by the participants themselves without being us present. So, for example, we had in the project formation of different exercise groups for several target groups, and especially in the model region of Wiesbaden. In the region Offenbach, the newly founded network called itself EVA. And EVA is a German acronym for Eigenständig Vernetzt Aktiv, which I would like to translate as independence, connected and active. And so it's a self-given name of the sharing network in this model region. And in both networks also hosted some information events and perishing district work. You can see on the left picture promoting the network on Wilhelmsplatz in Offenbach. And on the right picture, we show an information event about safety in old age in cooperation with the Police Hessen and others, for example. And we also used crowd voting aspects for decision-making processes and to identify further issues for our target group of the elderly people in the GESCO project. The first issues that were decided by the sharing community were safety at home, volunteering opportunities for and by elderly people, and the meaning of neighborhood and community in old ages. So another activity in the project was the learning from and by virtual reality experiences as another technology part. And so maybe it was possible to film network activities with a special camera, which open up the possibility to take part in the activity for people with physical disabilities, for example. And in our project, it was not uncommon that one activity in the sharing community leads to the next activity, and so on. So the first impulses out of the caring community, for example, as Michael explained, passed on by the sharing community, like the mini golf group shown on the picture, established by the sharing community in Wiesbaden. One of the biggest events that was hosted in the project was the senior flash mob with the EVA group participants in the city of Offenbach. And more than 200 people joined the flash mob and danced together in the city. And this flash mob aimed at making the EVA network visible and the senior citizens heard in this social space and in their city. And even the flash mob takes place in the front of the city hall, and the current former mayor of Offenbach attended this event. And this was one example of network activities, of the 150 network activities in the GESCO project. So after this brief insight into the network's activities, I would like to present some key findings from our analysis carried out. So first of all, it was interesting to learn that the main characteristic of such multifunctional network memberships are dynamic relationships, moving between, on the one hand, commitment and obligation, and on the other hand, a non-binding nature, like no formal memberships. At the beginning of the project, we had a long discussions, especially with our practical partners from the welfare organization, if formal memberships are necessary or not necessary for such kind of networks. And now we know they are not necessary, but in some cases they are decided by the elderly themselves. So another finding is that more activity in the sharing network lead to further joint action and further time spent together. And after a short time in the project, there was a high potential for mutual support, and the participants reported about new relationships that had developed in the network. The data also shows a significant increase in the intensity of contact within the participants from the beginning to the end, to the close of the project. And in the following slides, I'd like to show you these results from a survey implemented by us at the close of our project. So to represent such a complex network structure, a separate network analysis model was developed during the project, which not only looks at the network from an ego perspective, but also looks at the other networks actors' view of an ego. So this allows the evaluation of symmetrical and asymmetrical relationships within the network. And the table here on the slide shows on the horizontal axis, the ego perspective means did the person know others? And on the vertical axis, the external perspective, did the other people know the person can be seen? So each colored field represents a contact from a person's point of view. That means in two boxes are one connection. And in our example, number 14 knows number 12, and number 12 knows number 14. So in our network analysis, we asked every person in the EVA group about their connection to the other members of the group. And this table shows if people knew each other before the start of the project. And gave us this data, we asked a simple question, did you know the person before the EVA tablet group starts? So it becomes visible that a couple of people already know each other from before, but many boxes in the table remain clear. And now this table shows the intensity of contact at the end of the project in 2022. And at this point, it's obvious that the most participants at least know each other, but also have occasional to the regular contact with each other. More detailed analyses show some participants on the one hand have asymmetrical relationships were made, and on the other hand, some participants cultivated outstanding many contacts. And this symbolizes that some individuals are of special value for the whole network, and this could also be found in the answer of about the WISE-seeking network. And with this understanding and this slide, we would like to finish our presentation and say thank you for your attention. And maybe there are any questions to Michael and me. And thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Let us give a big round of applause for our speaker. Thank you very much for an excellent presentation and also for a very inspiring project with the elderly, putting together the world digital networking and elderly. It's very interesting. Okay, so before we're going to the conclusion from interpreter, so there is, we need to go for the discussion first for this specific sessions because Dr. Feline and Dr. Hauberger have something to do afterwards. So if you have any questions, please, you can raise your hand and you can talk directly to our speaker. Any question for our second session? About elderly. Okay, so we have two hands, Pawarto and Dilan. Okay, please, Pawarto.
Thank you. Professor Michael Feline, your project is interesting one for me, but I just curious to ask you about how difficult the aging generation, the elder, learn a new technology of digital. Please you tell us about how difficult they are learning about new technology. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pawarto. And our second question from Dilan, please.
My question for the first speaker. Or maybe.
Oh, for for Dr. Ulshofer? Later. Okay, so is there any question for Dr. Feline and Dr. Hauberger? Lansia? Okay, so Dr. Latu will ask.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Feline and Dr. Heuberger. This is very interesting. Like seeing elders using technology, connecting to one another. I have just simple question. What is your main challenge when you like? I think it's echoing what Dr. Suwarto just mentioned. So, what is your main handicap when you bringing non-native digital people to digital connection, like connecting people one another? Because I think using what we call it, what technology that you use? The
Oculus or something?
I forgot the
What?
Octo. Yes,
virtual
augmented reality.
Augmented reality.
augmented reality, yes.
Yes, it's very interesting that seeing people, they staying at home, but at the same time they can connect to each other using virtual means. I think this is very interesting. And can you also tell us what is the promise for the promise for the future based on your research to like connect? When I was in US, I seeing people staying in retirement home, but now you bring another hope, I think, that can connect one retirement home with another. And I think it's very interesting. And if you can also show us some hope for the future. Thank you.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you very much.
maybe-
Please, Dr. Feline
Yes.
and Dr. Hallberger.
Thank you. Maybe I'll take the last question, Matthias, and if it's okay, you go to the challenges we faced when they're teaching new technologies and integrating elderly people into the use of new technologies. Well, for the future is that we have the possibility to prevent people of going to retirement homes very early, so that they can live on their own for a very, very long time. Most people don't want to move out of their homes, even not in high age, especially not in high age. So they try to stay at home as long as possible. And moving into a retirement home at the same time is very costly for the social welfare state at the same time. So actually, for both parts, it's could be a very it could be very promising to strengthen individual networks, thereby using technologies in order to keep people living at home and being supported by networks they would have lost in their natural lifetime, actually. So this is promising, and at the same time, it's quite a bit of hard work to achieve it. Because we're not used to thinking in this network type of organization. We used to think in like structures like a welfare state, like organizations that organize professional help. And we will still need these professional skills in order to organize these networks. But the skills will differ will be very different. So social work and healthcare will have other parts, for example, in organizing those networks for people, helping them to organize them, and at the same time integrating them to bigger networks so that people can start helping themselves in a wider scale. So that's why we think it's quite promising actually to go this way. And I think we did face some challenges with getting people into technology, in the use of technology. Maybe, Matthias, that's the part, because I think you had like 100 visits in Wiesbaden and in Offenbach, and you can just tell us from firsthand.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Feline. Okay, Dr. Hallberger, you want to add?
So about the question about the main challenge by using technology for the elderly, and after a lot of trainings and visits in the model regions, I can tell you that's no real challenge about the use of technologies. The elderly are absolutely interested in using technology and learning about technology. They want to know everything about the technology and the internet, and they just need some support about the surrounding conditions, like the hardware, the software for using technologies, the cards for using the internet, to buy the cards for using the internet, and they're just expert by themselves, and they supported themselves and other elderly about the use of technology. So this was the most interesting aspect in the project. That the elderly are absolutely interested and the real experts.
Maybe one might add that I found it very interesting that some of them told us that this kind of network was very promising for them because they didn't want their children or grandchildren to show them how to use it. They rather preferred foreigners to show them than their own family, which I found very interesting because they felt like people laugh at me. I don't want to be like a weak parent or something. If my children have to teach me everything, and they easily get annoyed because they're in a stress, they're in a hurry. So I don't want to bother them with learning it. And there's a kind of a role model in some families that people think our grandparents, they cannot use digital equipment. So actually, there's a kind of role attached to it, which is not true at all. And if they start using them by themselves, they learn it very easily and very fast, even advanced technologies like virtual reality and filmmaking and everything like that as well. And they did, and they tried, and they had more time than other people. So they had very much time to try. And we had a 85-year-old woman. She started an English online course with 85 years old because she said her crosswords solving, there were so many English words that she always wanted to learn English. And now with the online possibilities, she's started her English course eventually. So actually there's no barriers, no real barriers in the groups we had, at least. Of course, with a high and really old age people, there might be mental or physical barriers. That's for sure.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Philine and Dr. Heuberger. Do we still have time? Yeah, you have one Zoom question, so we have time for that. Okay, so let me read the question from the screen. Can you show the screen so I can read the question from Miss Dia, I believe? Okay, so question from Ibu Dia Folietti for Dr. Philine and Dr. Heuberger. Learning technology for elderly require a long and tempting process. What strategy do you use to attract them joining your project at first place? Okay, please, Dr. Philine and Dr. Heuberger, you may address the question.
Yes, we had like I mentioned before, we had a little bit like a hidden agenda. So actually, we lured them with the promise they would get a tablet, just a normal Samsung tablet. We bought 100 of them, and we would only show them how to use the tablet because we didn't want them to get frightened to have all the technology at once. And the tablet seemed to be simple enough to get people in. And a lot of people, we didn't know them in advance. Our partners in the regions had like a call in a newspaper, for example, and on internet. But the most people came through their networks and through newspaper ads they had. And so actually, this seemed to be interesting for some people, but I wouldn't say this is a representative part of elderly people. We only lured those people, we got those people into our project that most probably have a bias and are more interested in technologies than the average might be. So that may be a flaw in our findings as well. But so actually it's like, it was easy. We showed them, we told them it would be very easy to learn how to use a tablet. And then afterwards, we told them, we didn't really tell them, they told them on their own how to make photos, how to reproduce photos, how to edit photos and films. And then they started with online philosophy and with all kinds of things. And they always, they encouraged themselves. We only had some stimuli, and sometimes they said, well, we're interested in doing this or that. And then we said, yeah, well, let's have a look if we can make it possible. And if we could, we advanced activities at that point. But in general, they, in the beginning, they were taught by our partners in Offenbach and Wiesbaden, the very basic skills of using tablet and how internet works. And afterwards, most of the time, just as a sharing network works, they reproduced the knowledge in their sharing network. And that was very nice to see.
Okay, thank you very much. You want to add something, Dr. Halberger, or it's that enough?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so let us give a big round of applause for our two speakers. They are in Germany, and because the technology, we can meet them. So thanks for the technology. And so it's the time for us to have a break, but we still have like 30 minutes for our first speaker. So please raise your hand if you have any question for our first speaker, Dr. Ulshofer. Okay, Pak Warto and also Dylan. And yes, Ibu. So we have three questions. Ibu Suparni. Pak Warto, silahkan Pak.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for your presentation, Professor Godlin, about diaconia. This year, I started with new course on theology and diaconia in Indonesian context. So your presentation is very meaningful for me, particularly to compose and also to prepare our material, particularly on to trace diaconia historically from European context. Yeah. Also, if you compare your presentation with mine yesterday, actually there is difference between European, Germany, and Indonesia. But the concept of diaconia is not to confront each other, but to complement each other. Yeah. So why in Indonesian context I put three words with character entrepreneuriality is innovative, creative, and sustainable. It is a kind of entrepreneurial character of diaconia, because we have public fund, and as in Germany, we have to raise one from ourselves. So we have need another character, entrepreneurial character, to develop and also to sustain diaconia program in Indonesia. It is just comment and compare between you and me, and I think in the future we have to work collaboratively or comparatively about diaconia and two countries, Indonesia and Germany. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Warto. And the second one from Dylan.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. But first of all, allow me introduce myself. My name is Dylan Asaria Rajahedo. My friends call me Dylan or Dylan. And I'm sorry if my English is not good, because I just want to try to
You don't
speak
have to be
English.
sorry. English is our not mother tongue.
Yes. And my question, I use Google Translate to translate my question. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a simple question from me and my friend in my side. The question is, how did the diaconia in Germany sees homeless people, and what they do when they see homeless people, and real example of diaconia that have been carried out and have had an impact on them and the social community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dylan. And now we're going to our third questions from Ibu Suparni.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Actually, the first question is also referred to Pak Warto. It is about the sustainability. And when I compare between the diaconia in Germany and Indonesia, yeah, you are more professional, means that in terms of finance, in terms of expertise, because in Indonesia and our government not really support, especially about the funding. We do our own effort how to attract even how to sustain our organization. We need your suggestion. What should we do if this kind of that we don't want to compare between yeah, of course in the context, well, in the context we also different, but maybe you all have your suggestion for us. The second question will be, what is the most ethical issues in German? Means that what are the ethical issues, like in the case of ethical keys in Germany, because in Indonesia much more in the highest thing about the corruption. But maybe you we would like to hear from your part, your side about the ethical issues that mostly in Germany. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Ibu Suparni. So we have around 3 questions, I believe, and 1 comment. Please.
Yes, thank you for your questions. And starting with Suharto and the point about the entrepreneurial diaconia. So, well, there is the difference, I would say, that it's, for us, it's more institutionalized, but you know that we in Germany also discussed the concept about social entrepreneurship. So it's not so much discussed in diaconia, but in society in general. So the idea, and I think that's somehow the same like the entrepreneurial diaconia, that you see a problem and you think about how can we solve the problem. And we do some fundraising, and then you establish a group and network and start to reach out and help. So there are, this also happens in Germany, and there the question is, how can we as a diaconia and as this institutionalized social work also do this kind of social entrepreneurship? So so there are connections, I would say, as well. And coming to you, Deborah, before I come to you, I would say that concerning the fundraising, well, we do have this intense social security money, but of course, it's still not enough. So we also have to do fundraising for some projects. So that's also something where we are working on. And so maybe this might be also something in common. Also, the situations are completely different. And concerning the ethical issues in Germany, yeah, wow, good question. What we discuss in public in general is really this end of life issue. And also beginning of life questions. So all these bioethical things, because we have this tradition of the Third Reich and about where the Nazis killed people and so on. So we are very sensible in Germany about these life issues, about the end of life as well as the beginning of life, and what to do in bioethics. So the laws are very strict. So these are ethical issues. Of course, concerning poverty as well. We do have poverty and homelessness in Germany. And economically, it's not so much an ethical issue, but it might become an ethical issue, of course, the inflation and how prices are rising. And that not everybody can afford what they can afford. So, and housing is an immense problem in big cities. So you can combine it and say, yes, it's an ethical issue because it's a justice question. So yeah, this points. And to Dilan and the question about homeless people, yeah, and it's a part of the diaconic work, of course. So in Frankfurt, for example, there is the especially one of the churches in the area around the main station, because it's a kind of difficult area, you know, with a lot of drug addicts and poverty and so on, and homelessness. So they do social work for the homeless, So they provide food, they provide shelter, and they also have a concept that they try to do art and artistic work with the homeless as well. So this is an example. And for homelessness, you also have a kind of coalition between diaconic social work, the community, the town. They also provide shelters or support for the homeless. So there is outreach to the homeless. Yeah. Was this your question? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we have one question on Zoom and also one question here. Okay, so we're going for Pa Isak dulu and then we're going for the Zoom question.
Okay. In Indonesia, we call it Ibu Gotlin. You know Ibu, right? Okay.
Thank you.
So Ibu Gotlin, thank you so much for telling us story about diaconia in the Germany. I like the story, and I link the idea of diaconia with my class in management here. We have like church management class, and I also teach a class in the management program. And we try to develop what we call from the Eastern Indonesia context, the diaconia buang suara, means telling others, asking for help, enlarging network to fill the gap that you mentioned that in Germany, government give the money to the church, in Indonesia, no. So in order to fill the gap, the economic like that, church need to buang suara, telling others, asking for help. So we call it the diaconia buang suara here, means because this is very much collective society. Like you mentioned that yours is very much individual society. Here is very collective. So telling others from heart to heart, like buang suara, is very much the means that they have to do that in diaconia. My questions now regarding the individual and collective society, when you present, I'm thinking about my niece now. She did nurse here in UKSW, and now in Germany helping a diaconia center. I told friends 2 days ago about that. So she grew up in very collective society, and now working in individual, very individual society. How you bridge the gap when you bring many people from global south that very collective and become nurse in your diaconia center? How do you bridge the gap? How you help them from collective to very individual society? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yeah.
Okay, so one more question from the Zoom. Can you show it on the screen? Oh, it's a long one. From Prinsley in Zoom, the Diaconia Deutschland program emphasizes the values of prosperity together, uphold the human dignity, and overcome ethical malfunctions from humans. The Diaconia Deutschland educates individuals to play a role in public spaces such as bureaucracy, politics, and interstate ties. I understand your material. It is a brilliant idea. So how did Diaconia Deutschland transform from Diaconia Deutschland to Indonesia? I think it's very theological, reiterating the Great Commission of Jesus Christ to the whole world, just like my lecturer, Reverend Latu, wrote from Jerusalem to Indonesia. But in the Indonesian context, the most obvious issues are not only about humans and poverty, but also the ecological crisis. My question is, how do you respond to an ecological issue, and what is the role of the organization Diaconia Deutschland? Thank you for the question. Okay, so can you keep the, what is it, the screen? Yeah.
Okay, thanks again for your questions. And it definitely is a challenge for Diaconia, but also in Germany in general, You know, we have our politicians now traveling to, I don't know, I think they have been to Rwanda in Africa, or also to Tunisia and to Brazil. So to make contracts that people from these countries and also your countries can come to Germany and work, especially in nursing and caring work. So, and I think it has to be very well supported and accompanied with, I don't know how it was with your niece, for example, but I think you just can't invite people and then just say, okay, and now we train you on the job and that's it. You really have to give support that they can see it's a different culture, it's a different way of living, and that they also have kind of peer groups around, so who have the same experience and who can share their experience and try to adjust in a way. So I think that's very important. And well, we are just on our way of also developing programs for it, and to realize that it's not only people come and it's a workforce, but that they're human beings are coming, and that it's a kind of question of yeah, and especially in a Christian context, that brothers and sisters are coming. So it's a really challenge, yeah. And I also know some examples where it didn't work out. So that's a challenge. And about the ecological issues, yeah, in Germany, we discuss it nowadays under the label of sustainability. So that's how we discuss the ecological issues. And but in Diakonia, you have got the tradition that these, if you remember Hefata and these small villages where the Diakonia is, and where they are having their hospitals and so on, they used to be, they also have their own farms and try to do bioregionalism. So they try to, in former times, it was already ecological in a way. So nowadays, yeah, we are trying to improve Diakonia concerning ecological issues in many areas, like you renovate the buildings, or you try to yeah, plant more trees or whatsoever. So you do it on very different levels, and it's definitely an issue for Diakonia as an institution. And also, as I said, the idea is for Diakonia, if it wants to do the advocacy also for sustainability, for ecological issues in society, the point is to say, yes, we have to transform ecologically our whole society, and we should not lose the social aspects about it. So don't forget the poor, don't forget the homeless concerning ecological issues.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think for the first question from Frincy, you can take Pawarto class next semester. How to translate from Germany context into Indonesian context. Okay, so we are running out of time. It's 3:13, and we're supposed to have our break now. So I have a question for the audience. Do you need a translation, or are you all good? Good? Actually, I have like many questions too, right? Because it's interesting, right?
Yeah,
But the time is not enough, but we can probably talk after.
yeah, we could talk over the coffee, as we say in German.
Okay, so let us give a big round of applause for our speaker for today's session. And we will have another speaker, the last but not the least, right? Okay, just one speaker for the last session. And if Dr. Ibu Gotland is still here, probably if you have question, you can ask later after the break. Is it okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have how many minutes? 15? Oh, we have 20 minutes break, okay? Because body is as important as mind. So, yes. Oke, 20 menit ya, kita break ya. Terus kembali lagi ya.
Teman-teman mahasiswa minta tolong tunggu dulu, boleh? Oke. Jadi teman-teman yang mahasiswa boleh keluar lewat sini karena presensinya disiapkan di pintu belakang panggung. Terima kasih. Ya. Oke, teman-teman selamat sore. Ini sudah semua kah teman-temannya atau masih ada yang di luar? Oke, untuk teman-teman yang masih di luar boleh silahkan masuk. Kita akan melanjutkan workshopnya. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see different faces here. Okay, we have reached our second session of this workshop and panel discussion. Let me a little bit introduce you to our next speakers for our second session. There is our professor of interreligious studies at Faculty of Theology, Satya Wacana Christian University, Rev. Ishak Latu, in the entrepreneurship and inclusivity in village, Ngaduman, interfaith perspective. And our second speaker for this second session will be the representative of Salatiga Congress member, Mr. Danse Palit, in the Keluarga Harapan as a means of social inclusive program government perspective and policy. Please welcome our speakers, Rev. Ishak Latu and Mr. Danse Palit, to the front. And with our moderator, our same moderator, Rev. Mariska, please. Okay, once again, let us give them a big round of applause. Okay, so now we are going to hear our next speaker, Pak Ishak Latu, PhD. And Pak Ishak will talk about entrepreneurship and inclusivity in the village Ngaduman interfaith perspective. So you have around 30 minutes to... Okay, good.
The time is okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My slide is in English, so I will deliver my material in Bahasa Indonesia. And because the committee asked me to do so. So Ibu Francis will translate it into English, so no worry. But I will start with brief abstracts of where I'm going to talk. First thing, I want to talk about why Ngaduman, why it's so important, and the methods, right? The framework that I use, then the method that I use, and what the interfaith engagement in Ngaduman, it links to, I will call it like economic activities, tourism's kind of in Ngaduman. And but my focal point is how we create new spaces for interfaith relationship. I have another paper, not this one, is specifically talking about hospital. It published by Bloomsbury Academic just this year on my experience getting COVID as the first COVID patient in Salatiga. And my experience from ICU rooms brings another stories, and also links to this Ngaduman story. Because of this Ngaduman, I got the COVID. Why? Princeton Theological Seminary invited me to talk about this in Princeton, and along my way, come back from New York to Indonesia, I got a COVID. So because of this, I almost died. So this is actually my life. Jadi itu ya teman-teman yang saya mau jelaskan nanti beberapa hal yang berhubungan dengan beberapa isu ekonomi, hubungannya dengan interfaith di Ngaduman, dan saya akan nanti kita lihat sama-sama mengapa ngaduman itu penting untuk diteliti. Lalu kemudian academic framework yang akan saya pakai, metodenya seperti apa. Lalu kemudian nanti hubungannya dengan interfaith, relasi agama-agama yang ada di sekitar Gunung Merbabu. Slide, please. Slide. Okay. Isn't it beautiful? Some say that, ya, sebagian orang menyebutnya sebagai Swiss Panjava. Saya mungkin suka menyebutnya Tirol Panjava. So it looks like Tirol in Austria, where I spent some time teaching in a program in Tirol. So Ngaduman ini menarik sekali selain karena dia indah, tapi di sini banyak aktivitas tourism, live in, tapi bukan, it's not live in your Germany. Somebody, I think Anne, Dr. Rankono, last time talking about what is live in Germany. Oh, somebody talking about live in Germany. It's not live in Germany. It's live in Indonesia. Means live in Germany means you live in the same house without marriage, yeah. In the Philippines, actually, Philippines. Okay, so this one not in Philippines. This is in Indonesia. So jadi live in akan banyak sekali kegiatan-kegiatan live in di sana, dan bagaimana kegiatan-kegiatan itu bisa menjadi kekuatan ekonomi, tetapi juga mengikat begitu banyak orang di Ngaduman. Lanjut. Nah, mengapa ini penting? Karena studi-studi tentang why this is important, because the study of interreligious relationships so far it's touched upon philosophical and theological discussion. Hanya banyak bicara tentang filsafat dan teologi saja. Like I will say that in 1 decade, scholars try to ahli-ahli berusaha untuk mengembangkan pendekatan-pendekatan sosiologi, tapi ini tidak terlalu banyak. Studi ini termasuk salah satu dari yang pertama-tama sebenarnya coba melakukan pendekatan-pendekatan sosiologi agama, terutama untuk melihat bagaimana ruang-ruang diciptakan, how we create spaces in our life. Dan frameworknya dari buku saya sendiri. Lanjut, ini buku saya sendiri, dipublish oleh my book, it's published by Brill Skoning this year. The Thinking Interreligious Dialogue. Jadi frameworknya datang dari buku saya sendiri, dan saya bicara tentang beberapa hal dalam buku ini. Yang pertama, saya mencoba menjelaskan bahwa sebenarnya relasi-relasi lintas agama, ruang-ruang untuk lintas agama itu bisa dilakukan oleh siapa saja, tidak harus oleh pendeta, tidak harus oleh imam, tetapi oleh siapa saja. Karena itu saya menyebutnya sebagai everybodyness. Dan karena itu dia punya cara yang banyak, plethora of means, banyak cara. Dan saya menyebutnya sebagai manyness, banyak cara. Dan ini, it can be also like the methods, like these methods, like for everybodyness and manyness can be also applied in the hospital, in the context of diaconia centers and so on and so forth, because nurse can also play a role in developing interreligious understanding within the hospital, especially when you mentioned today about nurses from other countries. They have probably different religions coming to Germany. It can be also the methods for them, because here I emphasize the idea of how we creating many space, new space in interreligious encounter. Jadi saya coba lihat itu termasuk juga di daerah-daerah pedesaan. Kadang-kadang kan orang bicara tentang interreligious dialogue, lalu kemudian hanya para pendeta yang duduk di meja. Nah, mejanya orang di Ngaduman misalnya itu berbeda dengan meja yang ada di sini. Meja tidak harus dalam bentuk fisik seperti ini. Nah, karena itu buku ini, dari metode dari buku ini, coba melihat dia menolak imperialisme tinta ya. Jadi menolak bahwa tinta itu salah satu-satunya alat pengetahuan dan alat yang bisa dipakai dalam relasi lintas agama. Bagi saya tidak. So this book pushes back the idea of imperialism of ink as if knowledge, theology, and also other methods, including in interreligious studies, is only in ink. In Java, I remember one song in Java say, "Ajining diri ono neng latih." Means ajining diri means your integrity as a human being is depend on your tongue. It's depend on your ink, but it depend on your tongue. So in US we have mother-in-law, father-in-law, because that's in law, because it's written. Because of ink, you have your family. Here it's not in ink, it's in your lati. Di Timor misalnya, integritas diri terletak pada okomama. Your okomama is a place for Siripinang in Indonesia, Siripinang battle nut in Indonesia. So like chewing battle nuts, like in Philippines as well. So your integrity is depend on your place battle nut names okomama. So if you give the okomama, then means that you receive others. So this is the idea of receiving others. Okay, 8 minutes already. Now, so I bring my students along with me. So for many years already, since I think 2017 already. So this is sudah berapa tahun sudah sejak tahun 2017 sampai dengan sekarang. Saya selalu bawa mahasiswa saya ke sana dan coba belajar tentang bagaimana menemukan teks-teks ingatan di dalam kehidupan masyarakat. Bagaimana masyarakat di daerah pedesaan misalnya membangun trust, membangun rapport, relasi-relasi yang lebih dekat dengan yang lain, dan bagaimana cerita-cerita mereka menjadi teks, how the story become the living text, how the everyday stories can also build a bridge for interpretive community, and also how the cultural narratives can also become the means for interreligious relationship. Dan ini penting sekali karena di Indonesia itu banyak persoalan. Di Solo saja misalnya salibnya kuburan itu dipotong. Kan? Di beberapa tempat itu relasinya susah. Di beberapa tempat Indonesia Timur juga bangun masjid tidak gampang. Di Bali juga bangun gereja dan bangun masjid juga tidak gampang. Karena itu, karena relasi-relasi sosial kita yang terlalu menekankan pada pada majoritarianisme itu ya, yang mayoritas harus harus menang dalam banyak hal, akhirnya relasi-relasi kita tidak bagus. Nah, justru dengan belajar dari masyarakat seperti Ngaduman ini menjadi menarik. Ini sangat penting karena itu saya menyebutnya sebagai harapan dari balik dari lanjut terus. Oh, sorry, ini masih lanjut. Sorry. Lanjut dulu, lanjut lagi. Ini yang tadi my students stop dulu dia tadi. Ya, itu see their faces itu di dapur dan lain-lain. Oke, lanjut. Lagi. Next slide. Ini yang saya bilang, harapan dari balik balik cloud itu, balik awan. Ini menarik sekali, cerita dari Ngaduman ini dengan live-in tourism cultural performance di Ngaduman itu bisa memberikan harapan yang sangat luar biasa untuk memberikan contoh bagi Indonesia bagaimana orang bisa saling menerima satu dengan yang lain. Karena saya percaya di tulisan saya yang lain yang akan dipublish oleh Baylor University, saya bicara tentang political theology in Indonesia. Saya percaya bahwa relasi-relasi sosial termasuk relasi politik di Indonesia tidak hanya bisa ditentukan oleh negara, tapi juga ditentukan oleh teks-teks kehidupan masyarakat. Karena itu untuk memperkuat Indonesia kita harus memperkuat teks-teks kehidupan. Tidak bisa hanya memperkuat Pancasila, tapi juga harus memperkuat relasi-relasi seperti yang ada di Ngaduman ini. Lanjut lagi. Lanjut. Ya, terus. Ya. Ini menarik sekali, setiap tahun itu di Ngaduman ada festival. Kalau teman-teman lihat yang di sana itu ada teman-teman yang berjilbab di sini. this is Salatiga. You can imagine how beautiful is Ngaduman, ya. Lalu this is gamelan performance, and ini dalam acara yang namanya Saparan. This is in the event called Saparan. Saparan is like how they clean the community, self and community. Dan karena itu, that's why they have performance like this, wayang performance, wayang performance like this, in order to help them to cleanse themselves and cleanse community. Lanjut. Nah, jadi penontonnya, sorry, balik dulu tadi. Sorry. Balik lagi tadi. Nah, ini Ngaduman ini sebagian besar Kristen, hampir semua Kristen. Tapi ketika kegiatan-kegiatan ini, lalu kemudian orang dari mana-mana datang, dari bawah datang nonton, makan, dan sebagainya. Nanti saya akan cerita tentang makan di belakang. Dan relasinya menjadi sangat luar biasa penting karena kemudian orang dari mana-mana dengan simbol-simbol agamanya juga ikut di sini. Dan di acara ini yang terakhir saya bawa beberapa mahasiswa saya. Di tengah-tengah acara wayang ini ada lagu rohani. Jadi di antara break-nya itu dari satu seksi ke seksi yang lain itu ada lagu rohani. Dan menarik bahwa wayang ini kan bukan cuma tradisi Jawa ya, ini ada di belakangnya ada Hindu, ada Buddha. Kalau baca tulisannya Clifford Geertz, observe Islam itu di bawah layer pemikiran Jawa itu ada Hindu, ada Buddha gitu. Jadi sebenarnya ini acara pasca Kristen. Jadi acara Saparan itu dibikin namanya Paskahan, jadi acara pasca Kristen. Tetapi pas acara Kristen pakai elemen budaya Jawa, dalangnya Muslim, di tengah-tengah ada lagu Kristen, dan ini sangat menarik di mana semuanya itu intertwine di dalam satu event yang bernama Saparan itu. Di sini nanti aktivitas-aktivitas ekonomi di bawah banyak sekali, banyak orang berjualan, dan biasanya berjualan itu dari bawah, dan yang berjualan dari bawah rata-rata Muslim biasanya. Lalu interaksinya di sana terjadi dalam interaksi-interaksi ekonomi, saling beli dan sebagainya, dan itu menciptakan banyak ruang juga. Lanjut. Nah, ini Saparan ini yang tadi saya bilang, ini sebenarnya Saparan itu acara orang Jawa. Tapi ketika mereka jadi Kristen di tahun 1967, setelah pasca 65, orang-orang Indonesia harus beragama, dan orang-orang Jawa di Ngaduman itu memilih jadi Kristen untuk alasan yang sederhana. Mereka bilang di tempat ini sangat dingin, kalau kami jadi Islam, kami harus menyentuh air 5 kali sehari. Jadi kami jadi Kristen saja supaya ibadahnya seminggu sekali. Ya sangat sederhana, karena bagi orang Jawa itu kan agama itu kan ageman ya, ageman. Jadi sebenarnya mereka ingin tetap di agama Jawanya, tapi karena pemerintah mengharuskan setelah 65 pemerintah Indonesia mengharuskan mereka memilih satu agama, maka mereka memilih Kristen dengan alasan yang sangat sederhana tadi. Tidak mau menyentuh air 5 kali sehari karena dingin sekali. Saya di sana pernah sampo saya beku, bayangkan. Karena itu dingin sekali. Lanjut. Nah, dalam acara Saparan yang sudah jadi acara Kristen tadi, itu ada banyak aktivitas termasuk makan. Di sini makan menjadi sangat penting. Jadi Saparan itu esensinya adalah purifikasi, ada merti desa, ada sedekah bumi, ada macam-macam hal seperti itu dalam menghormati Tuhan, arwah leluhur, dan juga sesama manusia yang lain. Lanjut. Lanjut, waktunya hampir habis ini. Tadi. Nah, ini ketika acara Saparan dimulai dengan doa. Dan yang datang tidak hanya Kristen. Di depan kalau Bapak Ibu lihat di sini ada aktivis Ansor yang biasa datang ke gereja. Dan ini menarik karena tidak semua orang mau masuk ke gereja. Tapi ketika Saparan itu aktivis-aktivis Ansor dan lain ikut ke gereja. Karena nanti di acara Mauludan dan sebagainya, orang-orang Kristen juga ke sana untuk melakukan acara yang sama. Di Indonesia itu masuk gereja itu sesuatu yang itu big matters. Itu jadi tidak semudah lihat orang masuk gereja, karena yang Muslim masuk gereja itu tidak gampang. Karena itu di sini menarik bahwa mereka mau ke gereja, dan yang dari Kristen nanti kalau acara Mauludan juga ke Islam. Dan yang menarik lagi bahwa pendeta yang khotbah dalam kegiatan ini itu dipilih pendeta-pendeta yang bisa khotbah dengan khotbah-khotbah yang lebih terbuka, lebih pluralis. Tidak akan pernah dikasih kesempatan bagi pendeta-pendeta yang eksklusif. Jadi pendeta di di screening sedemikian rupa, artinya siapa yang diundang itu harus yang terbuka. Nah, khotbahnya juga pakai nilai-nilai bahasa Jawa, filsafat Jawa dengan hubungannya dengan teks Kristen kayak intertextual approach di dalam khotbah. Saya termasuk salah satu yang pernah khotbah di sana, meskipun bukan orang Jawa. Pakai belangkon tapi. Lanjut. Nah, di situ kemudian di dalam acara-acara ini teks Kristen dan teks Jawa itu kemudian disatukan. Nah, ini salah satu orang yang saya saya wawancara, dia bilang kami ikut dalam acara-acara ritual Kristen Saparan ini sebagai bagian dari penghargaan kami yang tinggi dan apresiasi kepada orang-orang Kristen yang mengundang saya. Kami mengundang mereka, kami saling mengunjungi di acara-acara seperti ini dan juga di acara-acara Lebaran, Saparan dan sebagainya. Jadi relasi mereka itu sangat luar biasa. Tapi yang tadi saya bilang khotbahnya itu harus betul-betul berbasis pada nilai Jawa dan mengembangkan hakikat Jawa. Lanjut. Nah, ini mungkin lanjut lagi. Lanjut saya. Next. Oke. Nah, wayang ini menjadi sangat penting. Tadi yang saya bilang bahwa di wayang ini kemudian tradisi nilai-nilai Jawa kemudian diceritakan oleh wayang yang Muslim, oleh dalang yang Muslim kepada komunitas Kristen. Tetapi teks-teks wayang sendiri adalah teks-teks yang berbasis pada nilai-nilai kejawen, Hindu dan Buddha sebenarnya. Jadi di wayang ini dalam acara itu tuh sudah sangat luar biasa kaya. It is Javanese performance, and the dalang itself, of the one who performs the wayang, is a Muslim in a Christian event, but the text, the narrative itself, the knowledge itself comes from Hindus, Buddhas, Buddhists. So you can see how it works. Lanjut. Nah, ini dapur di Ngaduman ini menjadi menarik dalam kegiatan-kegiatan ini. Kemudian dapur menjadi tempat di mana interreligious relasi terjadi, relasi interreligious terjadi. Ibu-ibu yang Kristen, ibu-ibu yang Muslim saling bantu di dalam di dapur. Dan here kitchen become another means of interreligious encounter, and it's run by women. So this one is very important. I have another articles on kitchen in Ngaduman, and it brings critics to what is actually public space and private space. I don't see any public and private in this kitchen because women and men, everybody can come. When we come to this Ngaduman house, we don't sit down in the guest house. Guest house is in the kitchen. The best guest house is in the kitchen. So from this, I developed a new idea of how public and private intermingle. Lanjut. So food is very important here. You bring food, you eat food during makan pada kesempatan ini sangat penting karena makan itu tidak hanya soal memberikan makan tubuh, tapi memberikan makan pikiran, memori, dan jiwa. So food in this sense is not only how to give food to your body, but give ideas, food to your memory, to your soul, and your relationship with others. Nah, ini links to what Michael Pilan just mentioned about. So thanks to the virtual reality that all the performance can goes to Facebook, YouTube, Twitters. I help them through government grant. We developed their website. We spent more than 1,000 euro to develop the website. And they have their website, they have their YouTube, Instagram. Anak-anak muda kan biasa bilang Instagram. Jadi semuanya dari sini kemudian bisa dinikmati oleh siapa saja melalui virtual means. Jadi di situ lalu kemudian bisa cerita-cerita dari Ngaduman ini termasuk bagaimana kegiatan tourism, live in, orang dari mana-mana datang tinggal di situ, membangun understanding, bisa dinikmati oleh orang-orang lain lewat virtual means. Karena waktunya sudah 20 menit, ya maternal. Itu aja. Cepat ini soalnya. Oke.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Latu, for your presentation. Before we go to our next speaker, we're about to hear the conclusion from no more? Okay, no more conclusion? Okay, yeah, because he's doing bilingual. So
Yeah.
I hope that you guys understand. Okay, good. So, Pak Danci datangnya jam 4. Okay, so sudah?
Pertanyaan dulu nanti.
So what if we open for discussion first while wait for our next speaker? Okay, so I will open the first session. Okay, I see one hand right there. Is there any other question? Okay, from Dr. Ulsofer? 2 only? Only 2? What about in Zoom? Is there any question on Zoom? No? Okay, so please, our first, yes, question. Tolong mic-nya.
Ya, terima kasih. Mungkin bukan pertanyaan ya, tapi lebih kepada saya sangat mengapresiasi penelitian Bapak Pendeta di Ngaduman. Dan saya pikir itu menjadi model, Pak. Model untuk yang namanya bisa mengikis prasangka stereotype. Kita selama ini bilang menghormati, toleransi. Tapi kita belum menerima perbedaan. Selama ini pemerintah membuat kebijakan moderasi beragama. Tapi yang terlibat elitnya, dilakukan di hotel, tidak di basis, tidak di akar rumput. Nah tadi program live-in yang melibatkan teman-teman mahasiswa, mengundang melibatkan teman-teman muslim, masuk ke gereja, ketika ada kegiatan juga mengundang mereka, itulah model yang sesungguhnya. Karena kalau nggak seperti itu, kita oke, di samping saya muslim, saya terima, saya menghormati dia, tapi sebatas itu aja. Di kepalanya masih ada keraguan, masih ada, oh Islam begini ya, gitu juga sebaliknya, Kristen begini ya. Nah itu yang mesti dikikis supaya tidak ada lagi penutupan gereja, penolakan masjid, teman-teman si Ahmadiyah yang diusir. Itu semua berasal dari prasangka yang masih ada di isi kepala kita. Nah saya pikir model di Ngaduman itu mesti direplikasi oleh banyak hal, banyak orang, banyak lembaga, termasuk pemerintah. Jika itu bisa diintensifkan, saya pikir indeks toleransi kita akan semakin lebih baik lagi dan kita tidak akan lagi melihat aksi-aksi yang katakanlah menolak perbedaan agama itu sendiri. Terima kasih, Pak.
Can you mention your name, please? Namanya siapa?
Maaf, saya Amin Sehan, saya dari JKLPK dari Jakarta. Terima kasih.
Pak Amin ya. Terima kasih Pak Amin untuk komennya. So there's a comment from our first responder about how this become a very excellent example. How to erase the negative stereotypes, addressing not only the elites but the grassroots. Okay, thank you very much, and we go for our second responder. Oh, Dr. Uls. Yeah, Ulfasar, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. It was really exciting to hear about the, well, everyday encounters. And I was wondering about your theological concept behind it, because would you say that there are, I mean, in Germany, the interreligious dialogue is normally between Christians, Muslim, and Jews, or just Christian Jew or Christian Muslim encounters, so we don't have so many Buddhist people or Hindu or indigenous cultures. And so I was wondering, for your theological concept, would you say there are limits to dialogue, or would you say, no, we all believe in one whatsoever God or universe or so?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ulshofer. Now we're going to our third responder from Zoom. Can you show it on the screen? Okay, so this is our third responder. Perilaku apa yang dapat kita adopsi dari masyarakat Ngaduman yang mampu membangun harmoni antar agama? So like specific action or behavior from the people of Ngaduman that can be example for us?
Oke, Bang Amin, terima kasih sekali untuk masukannya tadi, untuk komennya. Saya kira itu penting. Saya sering bilang dan menulis di banyak tempat bahwa moderasi beragama tidak boleh jadi penataran P4. Nah, kalau soalnya sekarang hampir sama kayak penataran P4, jadi program pemerintah. Padahal ini kan sebenarnya kepentingan kita bersama. Kalau Indonesia ini mau bertahan 1000 tahun lagi, maka mau tidak mau kita harus punya relasi lintas agama yang baik, termasuk aktivitas-aktivitas ekonomi seperti itu. Teman-teman di Gunung Merbabu, nanti Mas Heru, terus kemudian Bapak ini bisa cerita, banyak diantaranya pendeta-pendeta GKJTU, itu mengelola yang namanya Surga Farm. Surga Farm itu mereka punya sayur-sayuran dari atas, lalu kemudian di Salatiga itu banyak jadi di atas itu banyak pendeta dan Kristen, yang jual di Salatiga itu hampir semua Muslim. Jadi agen-agennya itu di bawah itu Muslim semua. They have the Surga Farm, what they call Surga Farm up there, so like Heaven Farm, and it's organized by bunch of GKJTU pastors. Many of them they have to survive with this. This is the way they survive their work. So they organize all the vegetables from up there, from the farm, and they bring it to Salatiga, and the agent in Salatiga are all Muslims. So the pastor, so it is also another relationship understanding that really good. Bang Amin itu bagus sekali. Saya setuju dengan Bang Amin bahwa kegiatan ini harus berakar. Ya, Ibu God, I like to call Ibu Godlin. Ibu Godlin, thank you for your question. What is actually my theological framework? In Satya Wacana, we focus again on religion and society, and we are living in the biggest Muslim majority country in the world. So our mission should be like, instead of baptizing people, our mission is how to keep Indonesia like this. This is my next publication that I mentioned. It will be published in the book entitled Trans-Pacific Political Theology by Professor Kokwilan from Emory University. And I say it like this exactly. Our political theology in Indonesia is probably different from political theology in Germany. If you read John Baptist Mass, Smith, Dorothy Sole, and so on. So this is a church, this is the state. Church needs to bring the good value to the church, to the state. Indonesia, no. If the church bring the value to the state, the majority, this is the biggest Muslim majority country in the world, it will be pushed back. So what church need to do? Our state is already in our preamble of our constitution. We already agree, confess that Indonesia is the blessing from God. So the blessing for all. So our political theology in Indonesia, including theology of pluralism in Indonesia, first, strengthen this understanding that Indonesia is blessing for all. So with this foundation, we have equality in Indonesia. And it is true, at least on the paper, it's true in Indonesia, that we have equality. Second, our political theology in Indonesia should strengthen our cultural text. That in cultural text, it's possible for them to sit down together because they have kinship relationship. They have narratives, they have memories that can strengthen their cultural understanding to keep them in equal position. So for me, in this regard, considering Indonesian context, this too is the political theology, pluralism theology behind our understanding, because we have different contexts. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the question, but it's very important question. Yeah. Lalu Mbak Dia, terima kasih Mbak Dia pertanyaannya. Yang perlu dipelajari oleh orang-orang di Ngaduman adalah bagaimana menerima yang lain, bagaimana tidak tadi di Bang Amin sudah juga tegaskan bagaimana menghilangkan prasangka, how to fight our prejudice toward others. Itu kan yang paling penting. Dan mereka bisa menggunakan ruang-ruang budayanya sebagai tempat di mana orang Hindu, orang Buddha, Kristen, Muslim bisa sama-sama. Di mereka kita juga belajar bahwa karena begini, di acara saparan itu kan kita datang harus makan. Makan bagi mereka, ketika kita makan, kita datang memberikan berkat bagi mereka. Jadi yang datang memberikan berkat, yang pulang membawa memori. Nah, teks ini menjadi teks penting, teks persaudaraan penting. Yang datang membawa berkat, yang pulang membawa memori persaudaraan. Ini yang menjadi penting. What I just mentioned is what interesting in Ngaduman is in Saparan. When you come, you have to eat because they believe that if you eat, you bring blessing. So the one who come, who bring blessing, then when you come back, you bring the memory of siblinghood. So this is, I think, very, very important, very beautiful. This is foundational for everything, including in every country we need that. So food here is also a tax because it is nurture our relationship with others, nurture memories on others. Ya, itu mungkin. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is a very interesting project done by Dr. Latu in Ngaduman, and a very interesting also phrase about the comers bring blessings and those who return home bring memory. Okay, because memory is, it's very powerful. Okay, so let me ask Ibu Iki, do we have our second? Oh, it's here. Yeah, he's here. Okay, so our fourth speaker for today is here. Now we are going to listen to Pak Dance Palit MSI. Pak Dance is the head of the Regional Legislative Council of Salatiga, Ketua DPRD. And Pak Dance will talk about Keluarga Harapan as a means of social inclusive program, government perspective, and policy. Okay, 15 minutes. 15 minutes, 15 menit kita akan mendengarkan dari Pak Dance. Waktu kami persilahkan. Let us give a big round of applause to our speaker.
Selamat sore. Ya. Kita langsung saja bicara tentang sosial inklusif dalam kebijakan pemerintah. Khususnya pemerintah Kota Salatiga. Dalam konsep tentang pembangunan yang berkelanjutan, Sustainable Development Goals yang dilakukan oleh Kementerian Sosial, maka yang dimaksud dengan inklusif sosial atau sosial inklusif ini lebih pada suatu proses. Ada yang bisa terjemah?
After that.
Oh, direct.
Oh, direct translation? Okay.
Oke, adalah sebuah proses yang membantu agar tidak terjadinya disparitas antara satu kelompok masyarakat atau perorangan dengan yang lain. Karena paling tidak dalam kehidupan masyarakat ada yang merasa tertinggal. Merasa tertinggal sehingga dia tidak memiliki akses, baik akses ekonomi, akses yang lain berdasarkan kemampuan dan kesempatan. Nah, karena itu sosial inklusif ini diharapkan sebenarnya tujuannya adalah pada kesetaraan atau berkeadilan. Pembangunan yang berkeadilan dan pembangunan yang setara.
Social inclusiveness is a process, and he's talking about the example from Salatiga City, in which it is a process that the government initiated so that government can help people, that there is no disparity between those who have and those who, the poor and the rich.
Iya. Ambil contoh, ada dua kelompok masyarakat yang dianggap tidak memiliki kemampuan untuk itu. Yang pertama adalah miskin. Yang kedua adalah difabilitas. Yang pertama, ya.
There are two groups that needs help. The first one are the poor, and the second one is the disabled community.
Karena itu, program-program keluarga harapan itu diarahkan pada dua kelompok masyarakat ini. Yang pertama pada masyarakat miskin, dan yang kedua yang berhubungan dengan masyarakat difabilitas ini.
And the government initiated a program called Keluarga Harapan, the Family of Hope program, which targets the two communities.
Tentunya program-program ini tidak bisa dilakukan oleh satu pihak saja, tapi dilakukan secara holistik.
This program requires a holistic effort from all parties involved.
Misalnya yang berhubungan dengan kemiskinan, tidak hanya berhubungan dengan peningkatan perekonomiannya masyarakat, tapi juga berhubungan dengan sanitasi, lingkungan, dan sebagainya.
For example, when dealing with the poor, it's not a matter of economic alone, but it also involves health, sanitation, and others.
Juga begitu yang terjadi dengan difabilitas ini. Jadi kesempatan-kesempatan untuk mengenyam pendidikan yang sama dengan yang lain itu sekarang dibuka dengan membuka peluang bagi anak-anak difabilitas ini untuk masuk ke sekolah-sekolah negeri dengan perlakuan yang sama. Bahkan dengan ada treatment-treatment tertentu yang dilakukan oleh Dinas Pendidikan, misalnya yellow teacher, shadow teacher shadow, kemudian ada pendampingan untuk ruang konsultasi.
The same thing happens with the program for the disabled. It's not a matter of giving education, but also equal opportunity for the people with the disabled to attend regular schools. And there are specific guidance provided by the government, such as providing shadow teachers program.
Ya. Dan juga dalam hubungan dengan penguatan masyarakat miskin, sekarang sudah dilakukan secara terpadu, baik dari Dinas Kesehatan, Dinas Sosial, kalau kita di sini ada DP3 untuk perempuan dan anak, sehingga kontrol terhadap penguatan masyarakat dan pemberdayaan masyarakat miskin ini diharapkan terjadi. Di Salatiga saat ini sesuai angka tahun 2022, masyarakat miskin itu ada di 5,03%.
In Salatiga, there is an integrated effort by the Department of Social Department, the Department of Health, Department of Women and Children in dealing with the poor. Based on the data in 2022, in Salatiga, the poor people are in the 5.03% of the total population.
Diharapkan di tahun 2023 dan 2024 akan turun sampai ke 4. Antara 3,8 sampai 4%.
It is expected that in 2023 and 2024, the number of poor people will reduce to 3.8 to 4%.
Diharapkan dengan program-program keluarga harapan yang disebut dengan sosial inklusif ini, maka kesempatan-kesempatan ya bagi masyarakat miskin, kemudian bagi difabilitas ini itu mendapat peluang yang sama untuk pembangunan yang berkeadilan. Ada istilah, leave no one behind. Ya.
So
Sehingga ya.
The Family Hope program is part of the social inclusivity program to include everyone, that there is no one left behind.
Sehingga tidak ada siapapun yang tertinggal dalam proses pembangunan ini.
There's no one left behind in the process of development in the country.
Dan itulah yang menjadi kebijakan pemerintah Kota Salatiga dalam pembangunan yang berkelanjutan itu.
And that is the policy of the government of Salatiga in this sustainable development.
Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Dance, for your presentation. I will open the session for question and answer. Is there any responder for this speaker? Any question? Oke, Pak Ishak, ada lagi? Oke, Pak Ishak and also Tio. Oke, silahkan Pak Ishak.
Ya, kadang bisa cerita bagaimana Salatiga bisa selalu jadi kota paling toleran. Social inclusion Salatiga itu seperti apa? Sebenarnya realnya relasi lintas ya Salatiga itu seperti apa? My question is, Salatiga is always placed on the top of the city of tolerance in Indonesia.
I think top 3.
Yeah, I think the last time check. The question is how they rule that Salatiga and it's become the city of tolerance. Actually, so then what actually going on in Salatiga?
Okay, so we go for the next responder first. Tio, please.
The question is about the sustainable development that he mentioned in his presentation. The question was mentioning about how development, the idea of development in Indonesia, according to him, is based on the President Suharto, our previous president, and he considered it as a failure idea of development because the development does not consider the ecology and also cultural aspect of development. What is your take on that?
Oke, untuk Pak Latu, mohon maaf saya biasa panggil Caken. Ya. Jadi Salatiga memang 6 kali berturut-turut mendapat pengakuan dari Setara Institut sebagai kota paling toleran di Indonesia. Pernah nomor 1, nomor 3, kemudian nomor 2. Naik tingkat. Ya, tapi saya pikir peringkat itu soal lain. Tapi ada pengakuan bahwa Salatiga itu adalah kota paling toleran, itu hebat. Pertanyaannya, kenapa bisa dapat? Apa yang menjadi keunggulan kota Salatiga dan masyarakatnya ini dalam hal ini sehingga dia mendapat predikat kota paling toleran? Sebenarnya pengalaman interaksi, ini khususnya agama misalnya, khususnya agama itu bagi kota Salatiga perbedaan itu menjadi sesuatu yang biasa. Sejak dulu. Dan itu juga disumbangkan oleh, dikontribusikan oleh kampus ini. Karena kampus ini yang membawa pluralitas kemajemukan masyarakat di kota Salatiga.
So Salatiga for 6 years in a row is nominated or is awarded as the most tolerant cities in Indonesia. It was once number 1, number 3, number 2, but he said that it doesn't matter what number, the fact that Salatiga received an acknowledgement from the society that it is a tolerant city. The question is, how come? What happened in Salatiga? And Pak Dance mentioned about the interaction experience among different people in Salatiga is something normal. It's not something special because it has been going on for a long time. And this university, UKSW, contributes to that as well because UKSW brings the plurality to the city.
Pengalaman berbeda inilah yang membuat ya masyarakat Salatiga itu memiliki kewaspadaan, kalau saya bilang, kewaspadaan terhadap intoleransi yang datang dari luar. Jadi ini kalau saya lihat, masyarakat Salatiga memiliki kewaspadaan untuk itu. Sehingga jika terjadi ada provokasi-provokasi yang intoleran justru mereka akan menganggap bahwa itu bukan dari Salatiga. Itu bukan Salatiga. Yang intoleran bukan Salatiga.
And because of the different experiences that happens on daily life in the city, the people of Salatiga are very aware and they're very on alert whenever they deal with intolerant activities, because deep inside it is already rooted that it is not Salatiga.
Jadi kalau ditanya sekarang ini, siapakah Salatiga itu? Pak Caken, dekan ini dari Ambon. Salatiga tanpa Ambon bukan Salatiga.
So when people ask who is Salatiga, our dean here is from Ambon, and Pak Icak is from
Manado. Saya dari Manado.
Pak
Caken
Caken is
dari
from Ambon. So Salatiga without Ambonese is not Salatiga.
Yes. Saya juga berasal dari Manado.
I am from Manado.
Tanpa Manado, Salatiga bukan Salatiga.
Without Manadonese, Salatiga is not Salatiga.
Tanpa Batak, Salatiga bukan Salatiga.
Without people from Batak, Salatiga is not Salatiga.
Tanpa Poso, Salatiga bukan Salatiga.
Without people from the Poso, Central Sulawesi, Salatiga is not Salatiga.
Tanpa Papua, Salatiga bukan Salatiga.
Without Papua, Salatiga is not Salatiga.
Karena itu, siapa itu Salatiga? Salatiga adalah Indonesia Mini, representasi dari Indonesia Mini itu.
Therefore, to answer the question, who is Salatiga? Salatiga is the miniature of Indonesia, and it is a representative of all Indonesian.
Sehingga ketika kita mengangkat tentang jati diri kota Salatiga ini, kita tidak bisa lagi mengangkat jati diri itu Semarang, kiprahnya Semarangan atau Solo atau Jogja. Karena Salatiga dengan pluralitas yang ada sejak dulu itu menjadi sesuatu yang berbeda.
So when we talk about the identity of Salatiga, we cannot simply exclusively revert to the Javanese culture from Semarang or Solo or Jogja, because Salatiga is more than that.
Karena itu pertanyaan Pak Caken tentang apa yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah kota dari sudut agama kita membuat yang namanya majelis puasa, ada BKSUA, ada banyak itu dari sudut agama. Kalau dari sudut etnis, suku, muncul yang namanya Forum Persaudaraan Bangsa Indonesia. Dan itu dibiayai oleh pemerintah kota. Untuk mahasiswa namanya perantara. Nah, itu yang diharapkan institusi-institusi masyarakat itu yang diharapkan mampu untuk mengkonsolidasi perbedaan-perbedaan yang ada di masyarakat Kota Salatiga. Jadi itulah yang kita lakukan dari pemerintah kota untuk kira-kira bisa mengabadikan perbedaan ini.
So going back to the question of what are the government efforts in promoting that, there are many organizations in the religious realm, in the ethnic realm, and also in the students area that is funded by the government and promoting differences in religion, in ethnic groups among the people in Salatiga.
Termasuk di dalam gereja. Ada sekitar 15 atau 20 denominasi gereja yang ada di Kota Salatiga.
The same thing goes with the churches. There are more than 15 denominations of churches in Salatiga.
Tapi pemerintah kota mulai menginisiasi bersama gereja-gereja sesuatu institusi yang namanya Badan Kerjasama Gereja-Gereja Salatiga. Dan diharapkan melalui Badan Kerjasama Gereja-Gereja ini, maka gereja-gereja dapat berdialog sehingga perbedaan-perbedaan ini dapat didiskusikan bersama dan kemudian perbedaan tidak menjadi sesuatu masalah dalam hubungan dan relasi dari gereja-gereja itu.
The government also funded an organization to bring all the churches together and discuss the differences so that the differences will not be a hinder in their daily activities.
Gitu Pak Caken. Kemudian untuk siapa namanya? Theo ya. Ya. Theo, soal ideologi pembangunan saya kurang tahu. Tapi yang pasti bahwa setiap periode kepresidenan itu ada namanya rencana pembangunan jangka menengah nasional. Dan itu yang dipakai. Kalau Pak Jokowi misalnya sekarang mulai 2000 berapa ya? 2014 sampai 2024 ini pasti yang dipakai adalah program pembangunan yang dilakukan oleh Pak Jokowi itu. Nanti 2024 ke sana ya itu menjadi keputusan dari masyarakat untuk itu. Tapi yang pasti bahwa apakah pembangunan yang sekarang ini berdampak pada ekologi dan sebagainya, yang pasti ada. Itu pasti ada. Di Salatiga sendiri ini dengan pertambahan penduduk kurang lebih sekitar 4% per tahun, itu pasti akan membuka ruang baru tempat untuk di mana mereka tinggal. Sementara tanah yang kita diami itu begitu terus. Sehingga kita harus mengatur dengan rencana tata ruang dan tata wilayahnya. Agar permasalahan-permasalahan keseimbangan demografi maupun lingkungan ekologi itu bisa terjadi. Itu bisa terjadi. Ya. Kira-kira itu akses dari pembangunan pasti seperti itu. Tapi harus kita minimalisir dampak-dampaknya. Saya yakin bahwa kalau Theo dari Manado, program pengembangan pembangunan di Manado pasti berbeda dengan yang ada di Salatiga ini. Karena ada yang namanya RPJMD Kota Salatiga dan juga ada RPJMD Kota Manado. Itu.
To answer Theo's questions, I'm not in a place to talk about development ideologies, but each president will have their own middle term development plan, and the one that is we are doing now is the plan from President Jokowi since 2014. Next year we will have a different president and we will follow a different development plan. However, for Salatiga, he mentioned that we are doing, the government is doing their effort to deal with the ecology problems, with the plan, landscape plan of the city of Salatiga. And also the plan in Salatiga will be different from the development plan in Manado.
Termasuk di dalamnya tentang sosial inklusif. Misalnya antara kaya dan miskin. Gap antara kaya dan miskin. Antara yang difabel maupun yang normal. Pertanyaannya misalnya, di Fakultas Teologi ada enggak yang difabel? Yang berkuliah difabel? Ada ya? Nah, perlakukanlah itu sama seperti yang lain. Berikanlah dia kesempatan dan peluang yang sama dengan yang lain. Karena kalau tidak itu dilakukan, berarti kita melakukan penguatan terhadap kesenjangan itu. Dan yang disebut dengan pembangunan berkelanjutan tidak terjadi di Fakultas Teologi. Jadi pembangunan itu bukan termasuk di Fakultas Teologi pun sementara dilakukan proses pembangunan. Karena pembangunan itu bukan hanya yang fisik, tapi juga yang bersifat non fisik. Termasuk yang miskin misalnya. Pernahkah Theo pergi ke tempat yang miskin? Tahu enggak kebutuhan dia seperti apa? Tahu bagaimana dia hidup di sana? Sehingga saya usul Pak Dekan, sekali-sekali teman-teman Fakultas Teologi ini, mahasiswa teologi, coba sekali-sekali terjun ke daerah-daerah kumuh kita. Sehingga kita tahu persis bagaimana kehidupan orang-orang miskin ini. Kita yang biasa misalnya seorang mahasiswa menghabiskan 3 juta sebulan, dia habiskan 3 juta itu dalam 6 bulan. Dengan 3 anak.
When we're talking about development, we're also talking about social inclusivity, and we're talking about dealing with the disparity between the rich and the poor. And he's asking the Dean of Faculty of Theology to also bring the students to the poor and to see how the poor in Salatiga live, to understand about this social inclusivity.
Baik. Sehingga di Kota Salatiga, dalam konsep pembangunan kita, itu kita mulai memindahkan pembangunan di kelurahan. Karena kita tidak ada desa, kita pindah ke kelurahan melalui dana-dana kelurahan. Dana kelurahan itu diharapkan mampu untuk menstimulasi dan melakukan akselerasi terhadap pembangunan sesuai dengan kebutuhan masyarakat di kelurahan itu.
And so now the development funding is being transferred from the city level to the sub-district level, equal to village, because we don't have village in Salatiga, so that the people in the smaller unit of government neighborhood can work with the funding.
Itu kira-kira program yang diharapkan mampu untuk mendekatkan gap antara yang kaya dan miskin. Sehingga sosial inklusif yang tadi disampaikan, bahwa seluruh masyarakat itu dapat melakukan akses dengan kemampuannya sendiri untuk setara dan berkeadilan. Kira-kira begitu tujuan dari sosial inklusif melalui program-program pemerintah.
By localizing the funding to the lower level, it is hoped that it can reduce the gap between the rich and the poor, and that is the essence of the social inclusivity program that he mentioned.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we still have one last question from Zoom. Can you show us the screen, the question? Okay, so this is the question from Ibu Dia. Apakah program Keluarga Harapan telah memberikan dampak nyata bagi kemajuan kota Salatiga?
Iya, indikator utama adalah tingkat kemiskinan. Tingkat kemiskinan di kota Salatiga itu sekarang ini bergerak dari 0,5 penurunannya sampai dengan 1%. Bukan hanya ini, ada dampak lain yang berhubungan dengan kemiskinan ini adalah stunting. Stunting juga mulai bergerak turun dari 1% ke 1,7% stunting. Sehingga kalau kita melihat apakah program-program harapan ini memiliki dampak, kalau menurut saya berdasarkan indikator-indikator makro itu ada. Sekarang IPM kita, indeks pembangunan manusia kita sudah 83,6, tertinggi di Jawa Tengah. Tingkat kebahagiaan kota itu paling tinggi di kota Salatiga. Karena itu teman-teman berbahagia bisa tinggal di kota Salatiga. Ya. Jadi kalau teman-teman mau tinggal di Semarang lebih stres daripada di sini.
The question was, what is the real impact of the Family Hope program? And he mentioned that the main indicator is the poverty level that has already reduced by 1%, up to 1%. And also the second indicator that we can see in the macro level is the stunting level of your children is also reduced to 1.7%. And the Human Development Index of Salatiga is the highest in Central Java. And the Happiness Index is also the highest in in Central Java. So he was saying that if you want to move to Semarang, you will be more stressful.
Ya, jadi bersyukurlah teman-teman mahasiswa bisa berkuliah di Salatiga. Stresnya lebih kurang.
So students, you have to be grateful that you are studying here, that you don't have a lot of stress.
Dan rekan-rekan kita dari Jerman, selamat datang di kota Salatiga, kota paling toleran dan kota paling kurang stres.
And for our German friends, welcome to Salatiga, the city, the most tolerant city and the less stressed city.
Terima kasih semuanya. Sampai ketemu nanti malam.
Thank you and see you tonight.
Yeah. Thank you very much for our speaker for our last session, Bapak Dance Palit. And for your information, Pak Dance is one of our alumni from Magister Program. Jadi alumni kita loh. Ya, alumni kita. Sudah tepuk tangan dulu Pak Dance. Okay, so we talk a lot today. And talking about interreligious and intercultural approach in doing theology, I think, you know, based on our discussion today, specifically last session, is very important. And in Germany, from our speaker today, Professor Ul Schover, yeah, mentioned about there are less Christians people in Germany. And in Indonesia, like the total population of Christian is about like 10% from the total population. So it's around 29 million. Yeah, about 29 million. So interreligious project, intercultural approach, I think is very contextual and it's very important in Indonesia. So we've been talking a lot today from 1 p.m. until right now, almost 5 p.m. From diaconia, ethical issues, and digital networking, elderly, aging society. We already talked also about interreligious engagement and government policy. And we learn a lot from Germany and also to Salatiga. And I hope what we've been discussed will enrich our knowledge, but also inspire us. There's a lot of like inspiring things that we have learned today, inspire us to do what we can to ensure that our place, our world will become better, a place for us to live, and especially as we deal with multicultural, multi-religious societies such as Indonesia. And so let us give a big round of applause for all of our speakers for today's session. Okay, thank you very much. And I will hand this mic to our MC.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I guess the workshop and Q&A session has succeeded to brainstorm us with new information and knowledge, and even tightened our relation between universities. Thank you to our lovely moderator, Rev Mariska, for leading the discussion. It was a great Q&A session with all of our speakers today. Yeah, now it's time for us to hear some remarks and the conclusion of the whole event for these 2 days of workshop. Please, Miss Iki, come forward.
Thank you, Clara. Thank you for the first speaker, second speaker, third speaker, fourth speaker, Mr. Dance. Let's give him a big round of applause. Tepuk tangan kepada semua peserta, pembicara. He confirmed the latest, but he finished fastest. So I really appreciate Mr. Dance. Thank you very much, Pak. I asked him to finish in 15 minutes. He finished in what minute? 7 minutes. So applause again for him. Terima kasih Pak Dance yang bisa menyelesaikan presentasi dalam 7 menit, padahal permintaan panitia 15 menit. Okay, let me conclude our seminars for today's. Dear workshop participant, thank you for attending the workshop and public discussion with Protestant University of Applied Science, EHD, and Satyawacana Christian University. We hope that you found the workshop informative and worthwhile. Our primary goal was to increase your understanding about what kind of institution that Satyawacana Christian University plan to or have a collaboration with. We open it for public, thus the society and another institutions surround Satyawacana may benefit from it too. As a practical theology professor, myself, I found that the provided resources potentially able to support our classroom instruction. There were many topics covered during the workshop, and the presenters did an outstanding job of sharing their expertise with you guys, the audience. Terima kasih kepada para peserta workshop yang telah menghadiri acara ini. Kami berharap acara ini dan formatnya menjadi menarik dan penuh informasi dan berharga. Tujuan utama penyelenggaraan acara ini adalah untuk meningkatkan pemahaman kita, mengenal lebih lanjut tentang institusi yang akan bekerjasama dan sudah bekerjasama dengan UKSW. Kami membuka acara ini untuk publik agar masyarakat dan institusi-institusi lain seputar Satyawacana bisa juga mendapatkan manfaat darinya. Saya berharap bahwa informasi yang disampaikan dapat mendukung pembelajaran di kelas. Ada banyak topik dan dari workshop ini, dan semua presenter telah dengan luar biasa menyajikan dan membagikan kepakaran mereka. Highest appreciation to Professor Marina Metz, Professor Marga Gunther, Professor Gottlin Ulschufer, Professor Michael Villain, Dr. Matthias Hubogo, Dr. Isak Latu, Dr. Suwarto, and Mr. Dance Palit. Penghargaan yang tertinggi kepada para pembicara yang disebutkan namanya. If you would like to contact any presenter for further discussion, action plan on and/or collaboration in the future, and help in their expertise, please get their email address from the registration desk. And for each target group representative,
Please leave your email address or WhatsApp number in the registration desk so that the committee member will send you the complete PowerPoint for this 2-day seminar.
Alamat email dari semua presenter telah tersedia di meja depan dan Bapak Ibu juga dari target grup, perwakilan target grup diminta untuk juga meninggalkan alamat email agar dapat dikirimkan PowerPoint dari kedua hari acara ini.
You are a great group and your enthusiasm and positive spirit help make our time together both productive and fun. Thank you for your comment and your contribution on question and answer session and also the evaluation. And I assure you that each will be given consideration so that the future workshop will be even more for a success.
Bapak Ibu sekalian merupakan penonton yang peserta yang sangat hebat, yang penuh antusias dan penuh semangat positif yang membuat acara ini lebih produktif dan menyenangkan. Semua evaluasi yang kami terima akan kami pertimbangkan untuk acara ke depan lebih baik lagi.
Tepuk tangan untuk kita semua dong. Yes. Okay. Now the main point. Let me conclude what we did and learned together within these 2 days. For many students, the prospect of studying abroad or in another university other than their respective one is both exciting and terrifying.
Kesimpulan dari kedua acara ini akan saya berikan. Yang pertama, bagi mahasiswa, kemungkinan untuk belajar di luar negeri kadang-kadang menyenangkan, menarik, tapi juga menakutkan.
They will, however, be sure to experience a brand new culture, meet new people, and grow as a person. However, one thing they have in common is that the experience is a memorable one.
Mahasiswa akan bertemu dengan budaya baru, berkenalan dengan orang lain, dan lintas segalanya pengalaman yang akan dialami adalah pengalaman yang berkesan.
As I had mentioned, student exchange program will allow students to experience different cultures and perspectives, including new tradition and custom and meeting new people. Fully embracing this new culture is a chance to step out of students' comfort zone and experience unfamiliar situation. For example, taking part in local activities, trying the local food, and making friends with variety of people.
Terlibat dalam pertukaran pelajar, pertukaran mahasiswa akan memberikan pengalaman yang baru, bertemu dengan orang baru, dan keluar dari zona nyaman dan mengalami hal-hal yang tidak lazim, misalnya makan, mencoba makanan lokal, dan juga terlibat dalam kegiatan lokal.
According to Professor Metz, as I paraphrase it, EHD used this challenge as a way to discover students' strengths and weaknesses. Facilitating them to stepping out of their comfort zone is one of the things that make the exchange program experience so valuable.
Seperti yang diungkapkan Profesor Metz kemarin, bahwa tantangan-tantangan ini memungkinkan mahasiswa untuk menemukan kelemahan dan kelebihan mereka masing-masing ketika mereka keluar dari zona nyaman kehidupannya, terlibat dalam pengalaman pertukaran mahasiswa.
Because it means in the future when you student happen to face with unexpected problem and difficulties arise, it will be easier for students to cope with them as they have had some experience adapting to diverse situation.
Pengalaman menghadapi masalah-masalah perbedaan ini akan memudahkan mahasiswa nantinya di kehidupan nyata untuk menghadapinya karena sudah memiliki pengalaman dalam kegiatan pertukaran mahasiswa.
So, my fellow student, if you have any opportunity to be involved in this kind of exchange program, go for it. And for EHD, if there any opportunity for you guys to invite my students, please do so.
Jadi mahasiswa, kalau ada kesempatan untuk terlibat dalam program pertukaran, silahkan ikut. Dan juga bagi tamu dari Jerman, jika ada kesempatan untuk mahasiswa UKSW datang ke sana, silahkan mahasiswa kami diundang.
Good. I would like to address my second conclusion for the social works area, which included the presentation that delivered by Professor Marga Gunther, Professor Gottlin Ulschufer, Professor Michael Villain, Dr. Matthias Hubogo, Dr. Isaac Latu, Dr. Suarto, and Pak Dance Palit as the representative of Salatiga Parliament member.
Berikutnya kesimpulan kedua yang termasuk dari semua presenter yang disebutkan tadi.
Okay. Some speakers use social work term in their presentation, and some were using diaconia, which is the term used in church or Christian setting.
Dari kelima presentasi tadi, ada beberapa yang menggunakan istilah social work, pekerja sosial, tetapi ada juga yang menggunakan istilah diakonia, yang adalah istilah yang digunakan di gereja dan setting kekristenan.
If you are coming from different belief system, I believe that you have your own word for it.
Bagi saudara-saudara yang datang dari keyakinan yang berbeda, mungkin memiliki istilah lain.
So let me use the term social works for an inclusive reason.
Untuk itu saya akan memakai istilah social works, pekerjaan sosial untuk alasan inklusivitas.
From the speakers inside, social works is helping profession.
Dari perspektif para pembicara, social work adalah profesi yang membantu.
The primary mission of the social work profession is to enhance human well-being and help meet basic and complex needs for all people, with a particular focus on those who are vulnerable, oppressed, and living in poverty.
Misi utamanya adalah untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan manusia, membantu pemenuhan kebutuhan dasar manusia, dan juga kebutuhan yang kompleks dari manusia, dengan fokus utama adalah mereka yang rentan, mereka yang tertindas, dan mereka yang tinggal dalam kemiskinan.
Social works inquire not only skill and expertise, but also empathy to promote good mental health, strengthen relationship, and generational cycle of trauma and substance use, ultimately creating healthier family and communities.
Pekerjaan sosial melibatkan tidak hanya keterampilan dan keahlian, tapi juga rasa empati untuk memajukan kesehatan mental yang baik, mempererat hubungan, dan menciptakan siklus antara trauma dan juga penggunaan zat-zat terlarang yang akhirnya tujuannya adalah untuk menciptakan keluarga-keluarga dan komunitas-komunitas yang lebih sehat.
Social work is a broad, diverse field where the work extends across many settings. These professionals works with individuals, families, schools, universities, non-profit agencies, corporations, faith communities, hospital, government agency, etc.
Bidang ini adalah bidang yang sangat luas yang melampaui berbagai bidang ilmu dan juga kelompok masyarakat, termasuk individu, keluarga, sekolah, universitas, NGO, perusahaan, pemerintah, dan lain-lain.
They are also active in politics at all levels. Social workers advocate for legislation and policies that improve the quality of life of human beings.
Social work juga terlibat aktif dalam politik di berbagai ranah, dan pekerja-pekerja sosial mengadvokasi legislasi, undang-undang, dan kebijakan-kebijakan yang meningkatkan kualitas hidup manusia.
The speakers encourage us to equip ourselves, be creative and innovative with our approach in dealing with social problems, making ourselves available to be prepared or to be involved in this work for a better world.
Para pembicara-pembicara kita sudah mendorong kita untuk memperlengkapi diri menjadi lebih kreatif, inovatif dengan pendekatan-pendekatan kita sendiri dalam menghadapi masalah-masalah sosial yang membuat kita lebih tersedia, lebih ada untuk mempersiapkan dan juga untuk terlibat dalam pekerjaan-pekerjaan ini demi kehidupan yang lebih baik.
Social work aims to bring awareness to the issues and struggles people are facing today. Social works is not only the work of secular world only, it has spiritual values, it is spiritual.
Pekerjaan sosial bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kesadaran kita akan permasalahan-permasalahan dan juga pergumulan-pergumulan yang dihadapi orang saat ini, dan ini bukanlah suatu hal pekerjaan di dunia sekuler, tetapi dunia spiritual, karena ini adalah inti dari agama, dari keyakinan.
If you are going to go into social work or this kind of field, you have to have two things.
Jika ingin terlibat dalam social work, harus punya dua hal.
You have to have a soft heart for others people's pain, but you also have to have sense of anger that this is not right.
Ada dua hal. Yang pertama, harus punya hati yang lembut untuk orang lain yang sedang kesusahan, tetapi juga harus punya rasa marah akan hal-hal yang tidak benar.
Yes. We are trying to do that from a place of hope, our place.
Dan kita melakukannya itu dengan berdasarkan harapan, yaitu tempat kita.
Many people involved in social work can be motivated in their career by their faith, learning to live out the command to love their neighbor as themselves, but they don't feel the pressure of saving the world.
Mungkin banyak orang terlibat dalam pekerjaan sosial karena termotivasi di karir mereka berdasarkan keyakinan mereka, iman agama mereka, dan mereka belajar untuk hidup berdasarkan perintah agama, yaitu untuk mengasihi sesama seperti kita mengasihi diri kita sendiri. Tetapi mereka tidak merasakan tekanan untuk menyelamatkan dunia.
And that is very wrong.
Dan itu salah.
Being part of this restoration, bringing healing in an individual life or in a family or in a neighborhood or in a policy, in some ways it's lowering our expectation, but we are lowering our expectation in terms of what you can do because you are handing that over to God, whose work it really is.
Menjadi bagian dari restorasi, memberikan pengobatan, penyembuhan bagi kehidupan seseorang, atau dalam keluarga, atau dalam lingkungan masyarakat kita, atau dalam kebijakan-kebijakan. Di satu sisi itu menurunkan ekspektasi kita, tetapi ketika kita menurunkan ekspektasi kita akan apa yang bisa kita lakukan, itu bukan berarti ekspektasinya turun, tetapi karena kita menyerahkan sisanya kepada Tuhan, karena ini adalah pekerjaan
That
Tuhan.
is the living faith, that is spiritual fruit.
Itulah hidup yang penuh iman,
Iman
yang hidup, dan itulah buah dari iman.
So, the Germany can do, you can do, we can do.
Jadi kalau teman-teman dari Jerman bisa melakukannya, Anda bisa melakukannya, kita bisa melakukannya.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Iki, for the closing remarks. Now, the next I will give the opportunity to the delegation to give their closing remarks. Please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As this is a short notice addition to the program, I thank Clara for handing over the moderation briefly to me. And I think now it's also time to give a round of applause for a great MC to Clara. Another big round of applause of today's moderator, Dr. Mariska. And also for the great conclusions from Ibu Iki. Thank you very much also to the audience. And now it's time for the delegation to say a few words of thank you. And I would ask Dr. Anne Lankenau to start off together with Dr. Marina Metz to say some words of thank you or hand over our signs of appreciation to our hosting team.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to have some last words from our small delegation. We are very grateful to have the opportunity to contribute to the discussion, academic discussion on diaconia in Germany and diaconia in Indonesia, and what are the common goals, what are the common challenges, and what is maybe different. This was, I think, very interesting for all of us. And I'm very happy that you organized this very good workshops for us. And it's time, as she mentioned, to say thank you for all of this. Matunubun. Yeah, and I ask Isaac Latu, Dr. Zuato, Ibu Iki, and if possible, Kiki is to come forward to have some little presents from us.
Terima kasih atas kesempatan yang diberikan. Sungguh luar biasa acara 2 hari ini. Dan di akhir acara ini kami akan menyerahkan kenang-kenangan. Untuk itu kami minta perwakilan untuk bisa hadir ke atas menerima kenang-kenangan dari delegasi Jerman.
I have to add something to this conclusion too for us.
Saya ingin
Dear
menambahkan sesuatu.
students, I very surprises about your interesting, about your activity, and about you mentioned to learn something.
Bagi para mahasiswa, saya sangat terpesona, saya sangat kagum akan antusiasme dari teman-teman mahasiswa, keinginan untuk bertanya dan keterlibatan selama keingintahuan selama workshop berlangsung.
It was very pleasant for us to work together with you, with colleagues, with students, to have this kind of discussion. It's new for me to have in so short time so much inspiring discussions. Thank you so much for that.
Kami sangat senang karena saya sangat senang bisa terlibat. Ini pertama kali saya bisa terlibat dalam waktu yang sangat singkat, tetapi sungguh luar biasa pengalaman yang terjadi pada 2 hari ini. Terima kasih.
No, we brought some small presents because we had a long flight. We had packets, a lot of packets. So we brought some small presents for you from Germany for our appreciation of organizing the work of organizing this Europe. And we will have tomorrow some intense talks on how to facilitate this collaboration and how to make it possible to invite youth from Germany and join in.
Terima kasih atas kesempatan, kami sudah diundang dan terima kasih untuk Fakultas Teologi yang telah menyediakan 2 hari workshop. Besok kami akan bertemu untuk membahas follow up tindak lanjut dari kolaborasi agar mahasiswa dari Jerman bisa datang dan mahasiswa dari UKSW bisa pergi ke Jerman. Kami membawa sedikit kenang-kenangan dari Jerman yang akan kami berikan sebagai rasa terima kasih kami.
Thank you very much. Very well deserved. And I think now we ask Dr. Isaac Latu to remain in front. And Reverend Matthias Börner will join us here.
Yeah. On behalf of UEM, it's also an urgent issue for us to thank UKSW for the opportunities to be here and have this wonderful workshop.
actually the international community of universities is always only as good as the different universities perform and are engaged and have passion on this kind of international encounter. And it was a wonderful experience to see you and the whole university here being so much committed to this idea of an encounter. So thank you very much. And there's a small present I would like I have briefly to introduce. So I take the opportunity for some kind of AdWords. If it comes to academic lecturing, especially in the area of diaconia, there's one big problem. Especially for this area, there are a lot of literature which is mostly coming from a Western perspective. So in the past, we suffered terribly on the fact that there is no international approach on diaconia. And we searched for a lot of books and we didn't find a lot. So we decided just to make our own book. So this is the result, an international handbook on ecumenical diaconia with contributions from all over the world on different perspectives on diaconia. And it's nice to call it a handbook because it's really heavy. So I just brought along one. But just for the students, it's available in the internet. You can download each of the articles. So this is for your library. Thank you once again. UKSW adalah sahabat yang luar biasa. Terima kasih.
Buku yang dihadiahkan dari EM kepada Pak Ishak Latu adalah buku panduan internasional Economical Diaconia yang tersedia secara online. Mahasiswa bisa mendownload dari internet, tetapi untuk sumbangan ke perpustakaan, Bapak Pendeta membawa buku hard copy-nya. Sebagai ungkapan terima kasih juga karena pelaksanaan workshop hari ini sungguh luar biasa. Bapak Pendeta mengatakan UKSW luar biasa karena biasanya kerjasama antara anggota-anggota universitas tidak hanya berlangsung dalam dialog-dialog, tetapi ini bisa diwujud nyatakan dan beliau sangat kagum bahwa UKSW sangat berkomitmen terhadap apa yang dilakukan ini.
So yeah, just very brief. So thank you so much again, United Evangelical Mission. So Pak Pendeta Matias dan juga Ibu Roda, thank you so much for make our events happen. Thank you so much for bring these two universities together, and we hope that in the future we can collaborate more and bring a goodness for better human beings. Yeah, thank you.
Terima kasih kepada kedua Bapak dan Ibu yang telah membawa kerjasama UKSW dan Universitas dalam acara ini. Semoga ke depannya bisa ada kolaborasi yang nyata yang bisa dilakukan.
So last but not least, I would ask the main forces behind all the organization to the front. This is Ibu Iki and again Ibu Kikis. Please.
Selanjutnya saya mengundang Ibu Iki dan Ibu Kikis untuk tampil ke depan.
No, don't worry, don't worry. And I would ask also Anjali to come in front.
Ibu Iki tidak mau dikasih buku katanya.
So on behalf of UEM and EHD, we would like to show our greatest sign of appreciation for all the work you have done, you and your team. Please, everyone who is not here in front, like Pastor Warto, the 3 students, Clara, and everyone, it's a sign of appreciation. Thanks to you all for making it possible, all the work and effort you have put into the preparation and into the implementation of our visit, of the whole program and all the frame conditions. It was amazing. Your
Terima kasih kami atas kerja keras yang dilakukan oleh Ibu Iki, Ibu Kikis, dan 3 mahasiswa termasuk Clara, mulai dari perencanaan hingga implementasi, bukan hanya acara ini, tapi keseluruhan kunjungan kami ke Indonesia yang sudah begitu baik diatur.
Your hospitality has been over the top. I think there was no single wish unmet, and I started to believe that even they were not outspoken yet, all the wishes were fulfilled already by you. I see Ibu Kikis running all over the place to make everything possible together with the 3 students. Thank you very much to Kristen, Gracia, and also Jordan for making it all so easy for us.
Sungguh luar biasa apa yang dilakukan oleh Ibu Iki dan tim. Bahkan menurut Ibu, semua keinginan sudah dipenuhi, bahkan yang tidak diucapkan pun sudah dilaksanakan dan diterima oleh mereka. Jadi sungguh luar biasa.
Thank you so much for accommodating all our special requests and for making all the changes, last-minute changes possible. Matur nuwun dan Tuhan memberkati.
Terima kasih sudah mengikuti apa yang kami minta, termasuk perubahan-perubahan yang dilakukan di saat-saat terakhir. Terima kasih.
Okay, let's once again give our behind the scene team big round of applause. Okay, so we have reached the end of our event for this past 2 days of workshop and panel discussion. Yeah. Okay, so once again, I'm Clara Salamani. With this, would like to deliver the deepest gratitude to our amazing speakers, our moderators for these 2 days, and for all of the attendees, the students from the faculty, from campuses, from outside even. Thank you very much to participate in our event for these 2 days. So now with this, we will end this event with the closing prayer that will be led by Sister Yudika from Master Degree. I would like to invite you in front to lead us in prayer.
Okay, finally, we want to close our workshop. Let us pray. Thank you, Lord, for the seminary we have just had. Thank you for the much blessing that you have given us. We honor and praise you for the wonderful love you have for us. We humbly approach the throne of grace to thank you for following us have the seminary. Thank you for each and every one of us for finding time to be here today. We thank you for guiding and leading us. We pray that you take us through, and here we have finished well. Thank you for all the professor. Thank you for the participant and their courage to learn more through the academic dialogue. Thank you for Alchemy and the people who involved in this seminar. Thus, the seminar ends only. May your grace and providence stay with all of us as we continue our academic journey. We thank you. Amen.
Thank you, Kak Yudika. Okay, We will have our last taking picture. Yes, we will take a picture with all of our professors from the Germany. So our photographer, where you at? Okay. Okay, for our last photo, you can tidy up your clothes, set your smile, etc., etc. We will take the last picture with all of our professors. Oke, teman-teman boleh berdiri. Change your style. Okay, once again, guys. With the professional camera. Thank you, Pak. Teman-teman, terima kasih. Mahasiswa duluan keluar ya, Bapak Ibu, mohon mahasiswa duluan yang keluar ya. Oh iya,